Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the regular Planning Commission meeting of February 17th. Could we please have a roll call?
Yeah. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Pastor?
Here.
Commissioner Raskin?
Here.
Commissioner Reese?
Here.
And Chair Landris.
Here. Thank you, Jing. David Martin, could we have the Planning Director's report, please?
Sure. Good evening, Commission. Just waiting for the slide to come up. Here we go. So at your next Commission meeting on March 3rd, we scheduled the conditional use permit for the Tesla charging station at 1401 Santa Monica. This is a corner of 14th and Santa Monica, the used car lot for many years, Christmas pumpkin tree lot. So this is an application for a project there. And then back-to-back meetings on March 16th and 17th for the housing element update draft concepts. City Council on February 3rd, Council had a discussion about the 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. That was actually a really good discussion with the Council. They came away voting 7-0 to move forward with the concepts that were described. This really focuses primarily on what happens in the buildings as opposed to what happens on the promenade, but it definitely ties in with some of the work that's been done on Promenade 3.0, a lot of the work that the Commission's been involved in. And again, I think it was a really positive discussion, one where the Council was in unanimous agreement on something definitely needs to be done with the promenade. It was nice. Council members shared a lot of their memories about going to the promenade as children and growing up, and so it was really a positive discussion, and I think everyone wants to see the promenade really come back and get back to what it's been for the community. At that same meeting, the mayor directed staff to prepare a letter to oppose SB 9 and SB 10 as written. So there was a lot of discussion about those two bills. Upcoming at City Council on February 23rd is a homelessness study session. So that will be next Tuesday. And then just an update on where we are with the housing element, which I think you all are very familiar with. But again, February 18th, the final stability technical working group, and then February 19th, final production and technical working. And then, as you know, you have many meetings of the Commission coming up regarding the housing element. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner Lambert.
I just have one question, David. Does the Commission adopt the SSI, or is that part of the housing element?
I believe it's part of the housing element, but Jing would know for certain.
Yeah, it's not something you separately adopt. It's
Okay.
incorporated into the housing element. All is
I got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I just have the one. We have our item tonight advising council on the emergency IZO related to commercial development outside of the IC. When do you expect that's going to council?
It is scheduled for council in March. I believe it's the second meeting in March.
No, it's March 9th, first meeting.
Oh, okay, first meeting, yeah.
Okay.
So we really tried to squeeze in the meeting with the Commission so you guys could have input on that issue, but we were directed by council to bring it back as soon as possible. So it's a pretty quick turn.
No, I understand the rush and I wanted to address that. Okay, that's helpful to know. Great. I don't see any other questions. So this is the part where I ask you to keep your tray tables in the upright position and stay in your seats until the commission has come to a complete stop. Please note tonight's procedures for public comment, and we have some, so I want to make sure that everyone understands. We are accepting, the commission does accept oral public comment by phone. We accepted pre-registration on the system, noted on the agenda, 3:30 p.m. today. Our rules are that registration for oral public comment closes 2 hours prior to the meeting. If you are a member of the public who registered for public comment, please check your email for call-in instructions. Those instructions were just emailed at the start of this meeting, and you should have received them by now. And if you haven't, check maybe your spam folder, but they did go out. Written comments received up until noon today have been read by the commission. Comments received after 12 noon today will be considered part of the record of the proceedings, but will not be posted online with the Planning Commission's agenda, might not be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and will not be read aloud during public comment during the meeting. Now, moderator chat limitations, just like the folks, the professionals working in the cabin are here primarily for your safety. The moderator chat function in Blue Jeans is for technical help from administrative staff only. It is not for public comment. You can't order drinks from it. The commission cannot see the chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the commission or entered into the record. Thank you very much for your understanding of these limitations of our system. I will add the brief editorial that there are a lot of people right now working very hard to make sure that we adhere to the requirements of the Brown Act, to make sure that the Brown Act might be brought into the 21st century so that we can do that with a little less pain. But I want to thank city staff for really working hard to make sure that we can hear from the public as much as is possible, because we really do want to hear from you. With that,
when do we get the peanuts?
Yeah, well, that's the gallery function. You're already in gallery view on my screen. Questions or announcements from commissioners? Sorry, commissioner announcement? None. Okay. Seeing none, we have no minutes to approve. We have no statements of official actions to approve. We have two items on the consent calendar. We have item 8A, which is the resolutions of intention related to modification of ARB processes and thresholds, architectural review processes and thresholds. We also have item 8B related to a CUP for alcohol for beer and wine at 828 Pico Boulevard. The applicant is Sarah Hendricks of Lady and Larder, property owner Pico Fund 2 LLC. Do we have any ex parte on anything on the consent calendar? Or does anyone want to pull anything from the consent calendar before we do that? No polling and no ex parte, right? Okay, is there a motion? We can do this in one. Are there callers in the queue for public comment?
No callers for the consent calendar.
Terrific. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I so move.
Commissioner Lambert.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Looking for a second.
Oh, second.
All right, moved by Lambert, seconded by Fonda Bernardi and everyone else. Commissioner Raskin? Do you have something you want to say?
I want to speak to the motion just very quickly, saying that the vote on item 8A is not a reflection of any of our opinions on the merits, or so I understand of that. It's just a resolution of intent.
That is correct. We will be receiving red line from staff, and that's the point at which we can get into the specifics. All right, could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Landris?
Yes. Unanimously. All right. So now we move on to item 9A, 1665 Appian Way, 16ENT0112 Development Review Permit, 16ENT0113 Variance, 16ENT0114 Vesting Tentative Parcel Map, 21ENT0022 Major Modification. And let us now go to ex parte. Why don't we do this in alphabetical order? So we will start with Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Fresco.
On Monday, I visited the site with Ralph Metcher and the property owner. We were there for about an hour, walked around the block and looked at everything. Ralph, I also spoke to Ralph on the phone briefly. I couldn't tell you when. I was actually talking to him about a completely different thing, and he just mentioned that he had this project coming up. And then this project came up at an advocacy committee meeting at the Conservancy, and we chose not to discuss it or take any action because I knew it was coming to the Planning Commission, and I think that's everything.
All right, Commissioner Lambert.
Yes, I walked around the site yesterday. I take that back. I drove around the site yesterday. I would have gone into the walk street, but the gate was locked from this property, so I couldn't. And I had a long conversation with Ralph Metcher this morning about the project.
Commissioner Vice Chair Pastor.
I had a conversation with Mr. Metcher today at noon for about 20 minutes or so, and I pass by the site pretty regularly.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I had a fairly lengthy telephone conversation with Ralph Metcher on Friday, and exchanged emails with property owners, including Mr. Rahimi, over the weekend. And I've walked past the site on a number of occasions in the past, but not within the last year.
Commissioner Reese.
I didn't talk to anybody about the project, but I specifically went to the site last night and walked around it, as much of it as you can get to. Sides.
Okay. On August 20th or 21st of 2020, Mr. Metcher alerted me to the fact that he had a pending project, this one, but we delayed conversation until there was a staff report. And then we scheduled that last week, and then on Tuesday, February 16th, at about 4 o'clock, I had a meeting with Mr. Metcher and with Mr. Michael Rahimi, the owner of the property. I have biked, walked, and driven past the site on innumerable occasions, most recently just a few weeks ago. So with that, let us now hear the staff report.
Great, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Let me know if you guys can see that.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so good evening. My name is Ross Furman, and I'm an associate planner for the City Planning Division of Santa Monica. The project before you is a development review permit, variance, major modification, and vesting tentative parcel map to allow for a new 2-unit condominium development. In order to accommodate the proposed project, a variance is requested to allow for a reduction of the front setback from 30 feet to 15 feet, a setback specific to only the walk streets of Arcadia and Seaview Terrace, and a major modification to allow a 4.17% reduction of the required 25% planting area. It is important to note that based on the project design, approval of the proposed DRP, major modification, and parcel map are contingent on the approval of the proposed variance. The subject site is located in the medium-density residential and beach overlay districts and consists of a single parcel, approximately 4,414 square feet in size. The parcel is located on the corner of Appian Way and Pacific Terrace, with the front of the parcel located on Arcadia Terrace Walk Street, one of the 3 walk streets in Santa Monica. Development along Arcadia Terrace generally consists of single and multi-unit developments, with some commercial being located on the eastern end of the walk street. Construction dates span between 1912 and 1998, with only one parcel redeveloped within this century, having been issued a building permit in 2017, which is located immediately east of the project site. The parcel was originally developed in 1914 with a 4-unit residential building, which is proposed to be demolished. The existing structure has been newly identified on the most recent HRI update as a possible landmark, as the property is potentially significant for conveying patterns of multifamily residential development that shaped the Osha Park neighborhood in the early decades of the 20th century. And it is one of the relatively few extant multifamily residential buildings from this formative period of neighborhood growth. Additionally, a walk and park easement exists along Arcadia Terrace that requires all properties provide a 15-foot easement from the center line of the walkway, which can only be abandoned or used for any other purpose with the consent of all property owners along Arcadia Terrace. The 15 feet is comprised of 5 feet to be used for walking purposes and the remaining 10 feet for park purposes. It is important to note that due to the application submittal dates, the project is not required to comply with SB 330's no net loss of units, and the project does not need to complete the demolition review process before the commission reviews the project. However, the applicant has been made aware that this project is contingent on a successful demolition approval. As mentioned, this is a Tier 2 project, which is due to its height of 40 feet and 3 stories, which is above the baseline for a Tier 1 project. The total size of the project is 5,774 square feet, which is divided between 2 units. Parking and most of the bicycle parking will also be located in the semi-subterranean garage. The project has been designed to have its main facade along Appian Way, even though Arcadia Terrace is considered the front of the parcel. The project has been designed to incorporate only a 15-foot front setback, but as shown by this red line here, this is where the required 30-foot would come to. Additionally, as shown on this elevation image, the 3rd floor is set back beyond the 2nd floor. This was done to comply with both the required daylight plane and additional upper story step back requirements. Both of these requirements are tied to the front setback distance, as they were measured starting from the location of the front setback. As required for the development review permit applications, the proposed project was presented to the Architecture Review Board for a preliminary conceptual review on October 19, 2020. Overall, the ARB expressed support for the fully developed plan, but provided observations and recommendations, such as the elevations and 3-dimensionality of the design should be reconsidered and further developed. The western facade appears overexposed, so the western facade would be the one along Appian Way. The building design should be more holistic, with facades relating more to one another. The project appears very solid and unfriendly to the pedestrian, and that the upper unit is proportionally out of scale with the rest of the building. If the proposed project is approved, the project would be required to go back before the ARB for final design review. In order to approve the requested variance to reduce the front setback from 30 feet to 15 feet, all required findings must be made. As outlined in more detail in the staff report and the draft STOA, after review of the subject parcel and the surrounding context of Arcadia Terrace, staff recommends denial of the proposed variance based on the inability to make all the findings that would support variance approval. Specifically, the findings related to special circumstances and exceptional characteristics applicable to the property, practical difficulties, unnecessary hardships, and unreasonable deprivation of the use or enjoyment of the property. In summary, staff finds that no special circumstances exist for the subject parcel in relation to other parcels along Arcadia Terrace, and in fact, is the 2nd largest single lot parcel along the walk street. Additionally, with a compliant 30-foot front setback, there is still 4,980 square feet of development potential, which can sufficiently accommodate a 2-unit development. As previously stated, approval of the development review permit, major modification, and vesting tentative parcel map are all contingent on approval of the proposed variance. Therefore, as all the required findings for the variance cannot be made, the findings for these applications can also not be made without the variance approval, as the project is not in compliance with the applicable development standards and there are no special circumstances justifying approval. As per usual, notices were sent out to property owners and tenants within a 750-foot radius, and the project was published in the Santa Monica Daily Press. Prior to this hearing, 5 comments in opposition and 2 comments from the applicant were received, all of which have been provided to the commission prior to this hearing. So in conclusion, based on the reasons described in this presentation and in more detail in the staff report, staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the proposed variance, major modification, development review permit, and vesting tentative parcel map, and adopt the statement of official action provided in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions for staff? Let's just go down the line. So we'll start with Commissioner Fontaine and just go straight down the line. Mm-hmm. If you don't have questions, you can ask.
I have a question. We have a front yard that's quite large, 30 feet. Is there anything that can happen in that front yard or below that front yard that's legally allowed?
The only thing that could really project would be permitted projections, so maybe like a front porch, eaves, awnings, but no real development volume, nor in the basement would it be allowed.
The park could not go below grade into that area?
No, basements are not allowed to go into any required setbacks, especially the front.
Commissioner Lambert?
Ross, is it accurate to say that this property is actually not technically on Arcadia Terrace walkway, the walkway itself? It looked to me like there was a wall and a gate that separated the property from the walk.
It is situated before the kind of gate is there, but it's still considered to have a front parcel line along the Arcadia Terrace.
I understand. That's the question.
But yes, it is outside of the gate.
So if we require the setback that is required on the walkway, and you had the 5-foot pedestrian path, anyone on the pedestrian path would walk into a wall, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
If the 30 feet actually happened on this project, and 5 feet of that, as we know, is actually for the walking part of the walkway, anyone using that path in front of this property would walk into a wall, not into the walk.
I mean, there is the easement that still extends all the way to Appian Way to keep.
The point is the property doesn't have access to the walk.
No, it does not. It would have to still enter the gate to get to the stairs that lead to the more private walk street. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Pastor. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Fresco. I skipped you. I apologize.
I just had a question about the upper story setback. You said that it was based on, well, I was unclear what you said it was based on. Is it based on the allowed setback or the proposed setback?
So the development standards state that it's measured from where the front setback essentially ends. So without the variance, it would be measured from the 30 feet, but with the variance, the front setback essentially is now ending at 15 feet. So it would be measured from the 15 line, which the project plans have kind of adequately shown.
Right. So basically, if they don't get the variance for the setback, then that goes out of compliance.
Yeah, if they don't get the exactly, yes.
Okay. I just needed to understand that. Thank you.
Sure. No problem.
Now, Commissioner Pastor.
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Raskin.
Thank you. So, Figure 10 on the staff report on page 15 gives a nice aerial overview showing that almost every other building on the block was built according to the setback standard of 15 feet. I was just curious, do you have any idea of any policy reasons why the setback standard was changed to double what it was before?
You know, I unfortunately don't. I did try to look into when that 30-foot specifically came into existence for Arcadia Terrace and Seaview Terrace. It predated anything that I could find, and even if I was able to find it, I don't know if there would be logic still in our records of why that came. But I do think that those streets were specifically called out, those 2 walk streets. So there must have been a very specific purpose of why that 30 feet was enacted for those very particular walk streets.
And Just out of curiosity, is that standard specifically for public walk streets or all walk streets? Because my understanding is this is a private street, right?
It actually specifically calls out Arcadia Terrace and Seaview Terrace needing 30-foot setback. So it doesn't differentiate between what kind of walk street we're talking about. It's those two. So.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's all my questions.
Commissioner Reese.
Mine's a little bit off topic, but we talk about this being a walk street and there's being an easement. But who's allowed to walk on that street? I didn't see any documentation on that. And I certainly couldn't walk on that street.
My understanding is I thought walk streets were all public, so the gate shouldn't be locked, but I'm not sure. It looks like Leslie's saying no. So I'm not sure the access, who gets access to it after the gate.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. Procedurally, when you're talking about gates and access, 5 seconds from the beach, does this rise to any level of coastal review?
So it is in the coastal zone. So if this was approved before it can ever get building permits, it would need to go through a coastal development review permit. Okay.
So I have really two questions. One is, let's go back to the easement. Does the easement have any legal weight with respect to the Santa Monica Municipal Code?
That is a good question. I know the easement specifically was in place for 15 feet from the center of the walkway. It specifically talks about how no one can use that easement for anything except for what the rest of the properties approve on it. But I'm not sure how it relates to any development standard. It makes me believe that 15 feet was clearly what it looked like prior development adhered to. So that's probably what the easement controlled. But it doesn't seem to relate to any of the development standards that are applicable for this lot.
Okay, and so Leslie and Jim each tried to enter that space and were unable to do so. Is there somebody they can file a complaint with? Is there who do they sue if they wanted to walk up those stairs and couldn't as members of the public? Does Santa Monica have an interest in that? I mean, legally, I'm not suggesting that, but does Santa Monica have an interest in that conversation, or is our code silent on?
So if I may hop in quickly, and then the planning manager can piggyback. We would have to look into what the terms of the easement were, why it was entered into, and the effect on public property as well. So there would be a lot of factors. We would need to look into that question further.
So for the purposes of our discussion tonight, we are making our decision with respect to the code and not necessarily with respect to the easement. That's where I'm going.
As I understand from staff, the easement is an agreement with respect to private property that was entered into amongst property owners. So to the extent it does not affect public property or any sort of zoning issues, that's not before you this evening.
Right. So it's somewhat analogous to a case the commission had a few weeks ago where, right. Okay. And then I see Commissioner Fresco, and I'll come back to you. So following that, I heard in the staff report that this is the second largest single lot, in Arcadia, but none of the single lots exceed 5,000 square feet. How do we treat 5,000? Do we consider 5,000 square foot lots in Santa Monica to be standard, large, or small?
So technically, for the R3 zone, yes, anything under 5,000 would be considered substandard. But when we look at the context of an application, we need to look at the immediately surrounding neighborhood, which in this case would be the Arcadia Terrace Walk Street. That's all zoned R3. It would be odd to look at, an R3 property across the city and compare sizes. So while yes, the development standards would consider that a substandard lot, it is by no means substandard in comparison to the other context lots that we are looking at along Arcadia Terrace.
And for the purposes of assessing the appropriateness or not of considering a variance related to a 30-foot setback, I just want to clarify based on what you just said, Ross, so I understand the only context that you are looking at for comparison is in fact Arcadia and Seaview. You're not looking elsewhere.
That is, we specifically focused our review on the Arcadia Terrace because as it is such a unique situation, you can't really compare it to other places of the city. So yes, our context was the 12 parcels along Arcadia Terrace.
Okay, and is there a reason? So I'll just ask, there are other streets in the Ocean Park area that they're not walk streets to be sure, but they are relatively small lots in relatively tight quarters with I don't think 30-foot setbacks. I think they have 15-foot setbacks. So what would be from your perspective, what other than the unique characteristics of the walk street with easement, what would be the basis on which not to make a comparison to those historic streets and neighborhoods?
I think specifically in the Ocean Park District, it's just different zoning. This is R3. OP is going to be OP1, 2, with very different development standards, very different heights, very different. I don't think OP has a tier 2 option. So
right.
It's maybe slightly the same as far as lot size, but the zoning standards are completely different.
Okay.
So they can't be compared, in my opinion.
Well, so that's very helpful to hear. Okay. Commissioner Fresco, did you still want to?
Well, I had a point of information.
Yes.
Which is, I enjoy looking for old deeds. I was not able to find the original deed for this parcel, but the same owner owned the parcel next door, the one that has the new development now. And that 15-foot setback with 3-foot side yards was part of the original deed restriction, along with some race restrictions and a few other things. But so it does go back to the original establishment of the tract.
Prior to the existence of zoning in Santa Monica.
Right, and in fact, the deed restrictions, in general, deed restrictions, all of the ones that I've found, expired in 1920, which is when they started to establish the first zoning ordinance.
All right.
I have a question, follow-up question to that. Is the property that Nina just referred to behind the property in question actually on the terrace walk?
Yes, that's why I was looking for the deed, was because I wanted to see if it was different.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we move on?
Nina, did you find the easement?
I didn't find the easement, but I found in the original deeds, they just put it in deed by.
Okay.
Okay. So let's bring up the applicant, and while the applicant, I hope the applicant can hear us.
Can I add something?
Yep.
I can share my screen, but the easement is basically provided as part of the tract, and it's in the description at the very end. And I don't know if the applicant is going to show it, but the applicant did send it to me because I asked for it when I talked to him, and I would be happy to show my screen to show this body in the public if that's something I'm allowed to do, if people want to see it. Or maybe the applicant is going to show it. But it's just a very simple statement at the end of a legal description.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, so would I.
Me too.
All right, let me figure out how to bring it up here. Okay, please hold. Blue chains. Do I need, okay, sharing options, share screen.
Oh, I see it I'm looking at the tract map, and it says, for description of strips being on easement for walk and park purposes. I could have looked that up if I had noticed it. Sorry.
Wait, sorry, I'm not the.
Maybe, Elisa, you can send it to Ross or something, and then after the applicant's presentation, if he doesn't bring it up, we can share it that way.
Yeah,
I think
Here goes.
There you
I
go.
think I shared, right? So it says here, for
That's what
description of strips being on easement for walk and park purposes, CD 16 to 18. But this is all that was provided to me.
Oh, I can find D16 to 18 probably quickly.
So then here's this.
Why don't you, while you're looking, do we want to see it before we hear from the applicant, or can we hear
No,
from the
thank
applicant
you.
and take other questions? Okay. All right. So let's bring up the applicant. Thank you, Ross. And I want to say to the applicant that you have 15 minutes to speak. If you would, and you will have 3 minutes for rebuttal after public comment. But if you'd like to reserve more than 3 minutes, you can take it out of your 15. So, how many minutes do you want to take, and/or how many minutes do you want to reserve for rebuttal?
It's probably going to be around 8 or 10 that I'll use now. I can't promise.
Okay, so let's set the clock for 10 minutes and reserve 5 minutes for rebuttal. And when we hit the 10-minute mark, you can make a decision about how much more time you want to take before rebuttal.
Great.
Okay, and we can't see you though yet.
Can you see me now?
Nope.
No, for some reason the video, oh, here it is. Okay, now you can see me?
Now we can see you.
Okay, and I'm going to start sharing. And I'll put this up first because you might as well, I'll do some things backwards. So, and you all see this.
Yes.
And so it does say for a description, but remember the easement that we're talking about is, if I move this up, lot 43 is the property that we're discussing. That easement is along this line here, and it's 15 feet to the north and 15 feet to the south. It provides access here to the stairs that then go up, and then there's a gate. There's lock gates at both sides. So this is interesting because this is the original tract map that was created. The beach is down here. Before it was the breakwater, so there's a lot more sand covering some of these lots. This street is here, Arcadia. This is a short street that dead ends what is called here at the oceanfront promenade. So I'm going to close that. And then let's open this one. So this is the city's zoning map. So our piece of property is this one right here. And you'll see the medium density housing in certain areas. Here's another seaside walk street, which is not a locked. I don't believe it's private. There's two others in Ocean Park. One is locked and one is not. This is a hotel. This is a hotel. So if you think back to the tract map that we just looked at and all the small lots, things have changed over time. Big new housing over here, City Hall back here. These green lots are not parks. These are parking lots here and here and here. This is, what's it called? The 8-story building, and there's some smaller buildings involved. So we're talking about this piece here, and the question is its relationship, is it only its relationship to this here, or really does it have the relationship to everything else that's been going on? We believe that the relationship is more the Appian Way, because there's a retaining wall here. So there's a good 12 to 14 foot height difference between these two parcels and all these parcels. This is an apartment building with parking all below. If I can leave it up. And then this is just a satellite view, the sort of the same, where over here is the property in question. Here's a parking lot. Here's a 3-story apartment building, another apartment building, another apartment building. These are all the properties up, so to speak, up on the hill above. The gate is right and the stairs are right here. This is hotel, newer apartment building, some small stuff, big hotel here, and these are all parking lots. So now what I was going to say is, we've reviewed the staff report, and we don't agree with the recommendation to deny the development review permit, the variance, the vesting tract map, and the major modification. We still believe adequate findings can be made that there are special circumstances and characteristics applicable and unique to this property, that strict application of the standards will create unnecessary hardship and unreasonable deprivation of the potential use of the property. Staff determination appears to be based on the assumption that because the parcel is adjacent to the private walk street Arcadia Terrace and provides access to its gate and access stairs, that's more important than its adjacency to Appian Way. That the standards for Arcadia Terrace should govern any decision on the proposed project. Arcadia Terrace is a private walk street accessed at east and west through a locked gate. The houses and apartments front Arcadia Terrace and enjoy its peace. 1665 Appian Way, whose front yard provides pedestrian access for the residents of Arcadia Terrace, shares the auto and public activity of the apartments and hotels along Appian Way from Pico Boulevard to the Santa Monica Pier. Appian Way is a thoroughfare for cars headed to the beach, pier, and hotels, and for trucks servicing these buildings and establishments, and people just coming to enjoy the beach. The proposed project is designed to maintain the pedestrian access to Arcadia Terrace, beach access stair, and to engage Appian Way and its mixed-use activity. The design enhances the streetscape and the access way to the stairs to the homes above. In addition to the access and ambient separation of the applicant's parcel and the Arcadia Terrace parcels, the approximately 13-foot height differential clearly creates a significant separation. Separation is created by a retaining wall of that height and has been increased by the project being constructed behind by 4 feet or more. Also, there is little rationale to maintain arbitrarily imposed 30-foot front yard setbacks. None of the existing older structures adhere to this requirement and have been made legally non-conforming. So we know that none of them will be rebuilt and lose that valuable square footage they now maintain. The access easement is 15 feet on the applicant's property. The design adheres to the easement with a 5-foot pedestrian access and 10 feet of landscaping. The proposed project starts at that point, 15 feet from the center line of the north property line, generally in keeping with the structures above on Arcadia Terrace. The 15-foot variance also allows for a 2-unit project to be built. Without the variance, the portion of the subterranean garage would be in the front yard, which is not allowed. Only one garage could be built, which would limit the project to a single, approximately 4,000 square foot residence. Given the steepness of Pacific Terrace on the south side and the closeness to the intersection with Appian Way, auto access has to be on Appian Way. Given the narrowness of the depth of the property, a driveway to create a fully subterranean garage is not possible. So not granting the variance restricts the parcel to a single-family residence and almost 20% less than the allowable footage because of the code-required stepbacks and setbacks. We've read the ARB's comments and are prepared to address them prior to returning to a hearing there. So we ask that the Commission reject the staff recommendation to deny the project and find that there are unique circumstances and characteristics that do apply to the property in the neighborhood in this zoning classification, and that denying the DRP variance, vesting tract map and major modification will result in hardship and deprivation of the use of the property. I can show you, excuse me, you all have what we submitted, so I think maybe it's best to answer questions at this point. We can look at some of the documents as necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How much time was that, if anyone, just so we know how much he can add to his rebuttal time, if necessary?
He has just short of 3 minutes left out of the 10.
Okay, so then he's got really 3 and 5, 8 and 3. So he's got 11 minutes left on rebuttal. Do you not want to use any more of that time for presentation?
Let me see what I can pull up here. Let's see. Okay, so just to take a quick look, what we're looking at here on the left is the pedestrian access way. This is the existing gate and stairwell. There are some pillars on each side, which we're happy to help restore. They are unique and historical, so we're happy to work with those. But it's 5 feet. Then we have landscaping, and then the building starts. And this is a view from the south west. This is what we looked at, and then this is the apartment building to across the street and to the north, to the northwest. This is the subject. Beyond that, on the other side of the property line, is an old apartment building. The entire frontage of it is garages. So the idea, and even the existing building, there's nothing underneath here. This property has, for better or worse, has never been pedestrian friendly in any sense. We're happy to provide some landscaping. This is the garage entry. This here is the pedestrian access way to the gate. So if this were pulled back another 15 feet, we're kind of, I think, defeating the intent of what has been built and what would be built, and really having an off-center, larger space. This to me is a really sweet little space. The ARB talked about the height of the glazing here, because there's a mezzanine in here as well. This would have to fall back if this falls back another 15, it would have to fall back another 10 feet. And again, it would be a single family home. This shows the profile of the building being built now and how our building would relate to that. And even a single family home could be built. For instance, this is the south side. This would not change. It would just be the building that's on this side. This would be pushed further back over here. This is the portion that faces the retaining wall. And again, you can see here parking lots. This is the rebuilt Sea Castle. These are hotels here. So to say that this property, which is along Appian Way, particularly this summer, very active with cars running through and people streaming down here going to the beach, is relatable to these structures here, which are up the stair and have a really nice, quiet, wonderful environment. This is not today what might have been envisioned when this was plotted out 100 years ago. And, it certainly has a different environment. This drawing shows the 30 feet on each side, which is the front yard setback in the code. And as Ross is correct in saying, we're not sure. He's not sure when this was put into place. Clearly, it wasn't there when all these were built here, and they all exceed into that 30 feet. And the existing survey. And so you'll see if we were to have to adhere to the 30-foot setback, this garage disappears. There's really no other way to get additional parking down here, and we would be limited to one unit. And go back and show that that the roof has this would be for the resident of the third floor, has a pool on the roof, and it has a solar panels up here. All this would be pushed back 10 feet, an additional 10 feet without the variance. And then here again, you can see in section the beaches to the right. Here's a section through our proposed project, and this is the single-family residence that's being built right now. And this is the wall, and there's a guardrail that's being added to it, which raises that wall. Okay, so.
Okay. All right. Let us go to questions, and then we can hear from the public. So we'll start from the back of the alphabet. So let's go to Commissioner Reese.
Thank you for your presentation.
And can we turn off screen sharing
Yeah,
for the time being?
sure.
I'll be honest with you. I came into this hearing, I wasn't seeing really any special circumstances here and was thinking this was a challenge for the applicant, which obviously it still is. But you've made some interesting arguments to me about this parking and how we would not be able to get more than one unit on the site. You've looked at different configurations in this in terms of, you looked at different configurations. You say that you have to have at least this 15, you can only have a maximum 15-foot setback to get 2 sections of cars in there or 2 units worth of cars in there. Have you looked at any lifts or anything like that? Because I'm very interested in building more housing than less.
We haven't looked at mechanical lifts. Well, actually, we did very early on. We did when we were looking at a 3-unit project. We were looking at trying to figure out how to put a lift in to get yourself into parking space, and it was it really didn't work out. And the 3 units at that time would have required a driveway or a platform, to drive down below, which would have been in the second 15 feet. And, that can't happen. It wouldn't have been green space. So you would have to build, you would lose space in the ground floor. You would make something that's sort of even less pedestrian friendly because, to do, the engineered parking, you've got to drive onto a platform, then it has to go down, and then you have to be able to pull into spaces. And I'm not sure if we could get, 4 additional spaces across that. We'd sort of be using a space to get down. So I don't really think it's tenable, but I want to be honest and say, we didn't do a full, complete study of doing that. It'd be cumbersome.
Development is usually cumbersome. And so your biggest argument of your, you're thinking we need to expand the range to look at other similar zoning outside of this block, and your argument is we would find more larger lots, which would make these look unique. And then you made another argument that the grade difference is fairly substantial between this lot and the lots above. Those are really the 2 arguments that you're posing to us here for special circumstance?
Well, yes. So that if you decouple the current environment of this lot from being attached directly to the homes up and structures on Arcadia Terrace, which, as you said, are 12 to 14 or 15 feet above to begin with, then consider that this lot is a small lot, and if you look at all the history of development of these giant hotels and apartment buildings, they're all much larger. We don't have any relationship to those upper streets. We're providing access for the hotel guests and the people who live up there through the easement, but we don't have access because it's a locked gate. So we're not enjoying that environment. We're separate. We're happy to do that. But we need to deal with Appian Way and its environment.
Right. And just as a side note, you could design this piece of property so it has access into this.
I'm sorry?
Into this. You could design this so you have access into this walk street. It's just you could use a stair or something to get up there. I would imagine.
It's private.
But so you have to live by the easement, but you have no access to the easement?
Oh, they have access.
I'm sorry. This property has never, I'm not aware of it ever having access. It's never had access to that airway.
If there's an easement on this is outside of this body, but I think you need to look into that because you should have access rights to that in there.
Well, I mean, it's like a flag. You can look at it like a flag lot. You're providing somebody access over your property to get to their property.
All right. Again, I think I disagree on this case, but that on this point is not germane to the case in front of us. I'm going to stop with my questions.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the helpful presentation. I definitely appreciate the the work you put into this, and I like the design a lot. I'm curious, with respect to parking, do you know if there's free street parking available, if the residents would be able to use either on that block or in the area?
I don't know. It's all metered or permitted parking. The lot across is it's a public parking lot, and the streets are all metered.
Okay, but the ultimate goal is to have, I suppose have on-site parking for the residents, right?
Sure. I mean, I think I'd have to check, but I think those lots have to empty out at some point anyway.
Right. Okay. That's all the questions I've got for now, but thank you very much.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Pastor, Vice Chair Pastor.
So you said you looked at 3 units. Is that the maximum units you could build on this lot? Under the zoning?
I can answer that. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Even with but could he use a density bonus? I'm not saying it's worth it or feasible. I'm just asking.
No, if you had to use the density bonus, you could build 4 or 5, but I don't know how it's an expensive piece of property to build on. I don't know how you would provide the parking. And I think the whole point of some of the letters you've gotten have been about discussions. So we looked at the 3-unit project, and the way, and to be honest, the easement, became the big issue. And so the owner reached out to neighbors, asking, if they were willing to, allow him to essentially use that part of the easement. And I think for some people it was taken in a negative way, but he was trying to figure out if that weren't there, we could put a driveway down in the 15 to 30 feet. But that got all tied up, and he finally just said, it would take too long. It's not a friendly thing. It's clearly not friendly. So let's go back and look at the 2-unit project. And so this is the 2-unit project, that we're bringing for you. We can't even do a 2-unit project without the variance allowing the garage, the semi-subterranean garage to be there and then the building. But
is that the case even if you built smaller units?
Well, the parking is a parking, if you built, I guess you could build 3 studios.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm sort of where Jim is, which is that I want more housing. I'm having a hard time making the findings here. So, okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert. No questions. Okay, Commissioner Fresco.
No questions.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I have a question. Are you allowed to back out onto Appian Way?
I'm not, Ross, do you have the answer to that?
Seeing if our zoning ordinance or the layer will show up for Appian Way, I believe yes, you can.
Because I believe that there is a a way to get in 4 cars in there if you had that option of backing out and taking advantage of the excavation of one side yard, which you're allowed to do. So I too like the design. I'm just very uncomfortable in making the findings, and I'm trying to figure out another way to skin this cat, if you will.
Right. I mean, if I may, Mary, I think, Bill, you would be suggesting that there would be more garage doors on Appian Way.
What I was suggesting is that if you were to pull the driveway nominally 8 feet or so to the north, up Appian Way, closer to the pier, and then you could put in 2 cars where you have essentially the trash area facing in, and then you could take advantage of one of those cars could be a compact car. You could do things like that where you really work the edges and get the 4 cars in there, but 2 of those cars would back out onto Appian Way.
Right.
Maybe all 4 of the cars would back out on Appian Way. I don't know.
Which I don't believe is potentially what you want to do with the high pedestrian access to the summer. I mean, I can see it being a big safety issue. And I'm not sure if it's on the list or not. We have to check with traffic and try to look for it. And you lose, and you potentially, I don't know, lose some of the floor area on the first floor once you might start doing that. I'm not following 100%.
You would, but anyway, but we're not going to redesign it on the fly. I'm just thinking out loud here. Because if parking is really the issue, then, we would try
I'm just saying that the parking works as it is with the variance to provide us 4 parking spaces. My belief is that, providing adequate, parking for 2 units without variance and allowing the subterranean garage to be in that 15 feet is problematic, and we'd end up with a single family home.
Commissioner Lambert.
Actually, I do have a question. If we granted this variance, you would still need a variance to reduce the 20-foot front yard to 15, right?
Well, that is the variance is to reduce it from 30 to 15.
I understand that, but if we decided, if you were not subject to the setback of the walkway, you would still require a 5-foot setback for your normal 20-foot side of front yard, right?
Well, the code setback is 30 feet.
I understand, but if we, but never mind.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lambert, there is a second modification. There's a variance on the setback, and then they're asking for a mod on the landscaping.
I know. I understand. But let me put it a different way. If this were a regular R3 lot with the same dimensions, and it required a 20-foot front yard, you would need a 15-foot front yard in order to put the parking in, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was okay.
So I have just a very small number of questions. One is, I will say that I phrase it as a question, which is, wouldn't you agree that that backing out onto Appian Way would not be safety, would not be ideal for safety? I think you've already agreed with that statement in response to Mr. Fonda Bernardi. Having more, I'll just say it. Driving frequently on that street, I can't tell you the number of times I have had to stop short because of unpredictable behavior, not only by pedestrians or cyclists, of which I'm one on other occasions, but also by people who are moving in and out of driveways and visitors to our community who are unfamiliar with where to find a parking lot and where to enter or exit a parking lot. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. But one of the questions that I asked staff earlier, and I would be grateful to hear your thoughts, is what are the comparable parcels? In other words, if and I'm genuinely torn. I think I share with a number of commissioners, based on their questions, the sort of struggle between whether or not the findings can be made. But if we were to compare this parcel to others in the city of Santa Monica, based on history and zoning and development patterns, what should we be comparing it to?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, so Ross was the staff report, and Ross was saying that the only contextual comparison is the rest of Arcadia Terrace and Seaside Terrace. So I'm wondering whether you think there are other places in the city that we should be thinking about as reference parcels for our consideration.
Well, I'm going to pose or put out there that aside from in this area, most of the R3 parcels are standard size, parcels, and R3 developments, can be single, double, triple lots, and they tend to be apartment buildings. So, I understand, when this was all looked at, there was a modicum of multifamily housing that and even a couple of R4 lots, which may or may not exist anymore, down in this area. But I don't know if there was the fine-tooth look at what can you develop on on a small R3 lot. So, as I said, I think the Arcadia Terrace structures that are there, some of them have a lot of them are multifamily, but they've been that way over time. They've developed that way. They may have two garages. We're much more careful now about what we're looking at. So this is unlike R3 properties that I know of elsewhere in the city.
Okay. You said earlier that if the variance weren't granted, that you feel that the only option is to develop a single family residence of about 4,000 square feet. Why is on an R3 parcel of 4,000 square, buildable square feet, why couldn't there be two 1,800 square foot? Why couldn't there be two 1,800 square foot duplexes or something of a different size?
It's about parking. So, sure, if the city allows lifts to work for parking in this location, you could, I guess, put in two lifts and have two units. Without them, if you have two spaces, you're going to build two studios. At some point, and then a developer has to look at the numbers, how that all works. So to build, if what you're left with is the platting, the area to have for two parking spaces, you're essentially going to get two units. Now, they could be smaller if you can use engineered parking. You could build two potentially larger units, but is that a wise thing to do? To pull into a garage? Is there a car there? How does it move? These inventions are great. How they work if you don't have a driveway, for instance. You can do it in the house because you can sit in your driveway and move cars around. But it sort of makes it difficult here to provide something, the kind of housing and attributes that you want to provide for the people who are going to live there. So technically, can you do certain things and build two units? The answer is yes. Would you do that? Hard to answer that question positively at this point.
Thank you very much. Unless there are other questions, I'm going to suggest that we go to the public. I don't see any other questions, so let us now go to public comment. As of the registration deadline, we have 3 individual callers, and one of those callers has a time donation. Melissa, could you clarify, does that mean that we're going to have 4 people on the line, or do we have 3 people on the line, one of whom is giving time to the other?
Melissa and Wendy actually got off the call, unfortunately, so I'm going to be managing this part.
Okay.
So we do have, 2 callers that are both on here. One is a time donation, and we have 2 additional calls. So we have 3 callers. We have 4 calls on the line, so we can verify that time donation
that is
allowed. Yes.
Okay, so let us go to public comment, please. Thank you, Jane.
Okay, we're going to begin with Mira Lerner. I'm about to unmute you, so I'm going to mute you right now. Mira Lerner, you are live into the meeting. You will have 3 minutes. You may begin. Mira Lerner, hello? You know what? Let's try another caller. I'm moving on to Tova Kitron. I'm going to unmute your microphone. Tova Kitron, you are live. Tova Kitron, you are live into the meeting. Hello? Someone keep...
Jing, it's Wendy. Would you like me to unmute her from here?
No, I am unmuting. Yeah, so if you could, I'm going to do that. Thank you.
Muted microphones right now. I can see that Ms. Lerner and Ms. Kitron both have their microphones muted.
Right, Wendy, if you could just let me, I'm going to do the muting. So
I haven't touched it. I haven't touched it. They might have lost connection like Melissa and I did.
I'm not quite sure why it keeps remuting. I'm trying to unmute them. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next. I'm going to try this this particular one here. Eugene Al.
Now we're not hearing Jing at all. And Ross just left.
Yeah, this is Rachel Kwok, staff. Apparently everyone's having internet issues because I had lost mine. So I think it has something to do with Spectrum, I'm guessing.
Yep, I just see Jing left.
Yeah.
Let us do
hope. This is Melissa. I'm back.
Okay, great.
I rebooted the computer and that actually fixed it somehow. So
yeah.
Let me suggest the following. We've lost Jing. Let's give it one more shot. Let's go back to the beginning to Ms. Lerner and see if we can unmute Ms. Lerner. If we can, great. If not, we'll take a 5-minute recess and see if we can get these folks back online.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is my phone. So I'm the owner of the property to the north, which is kind of partly outside the gate also. I want to say I reviewed the plans and well, for one, I think that the entrance to the parking should be from the alley because all the other properties, the entrance to the parking is from the alley, not from the walk street. That's number one. And number two is that I see no problem of building on that lot the way it is with a 30-foot setback. Hello?
Any questions? Yes. Are there questions for Ms. Lerner? Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Lerner. I didn't quite hear that statement. Did you say that the 30-foot setback was okay? acceptable or it was too much? I didn't quite hear you.
No, I think it's good. I
Okay,
think the 15 is too little.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay,
No, I
thank
have
you.
other comments, but
Oh, no, you had your 3 minute, well, you didn't take your full 3 minutes. We needed to hear your whole statement, ma'am.
okay.
Can you
So what
finish your
I'm saying,
statement?
I have issues. Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I have issues with the front, the top area of the property because no, forget it.
We can hear you. Just
No, no,
make
no.
your statement.
אני לא יודעת לדבר בקהל, אני תמיד מתרגשת.
We can hear you.
Not anymore.
No? Okay. One more try, Ms. Lerner.
Hello?
Shamanu אותך. We can hear you. But you need to finish your statement.
You are. I can continue for her. We own the property 1661 Etienne. It's right.
If you're a different person, I don't.
Huh?
Is this Ms. Lerner?
No, this is Kitron.
Okay. So we'll move on to Ms. Kitron. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we're listening. Can you begin?
Yes, no, I mean, he hasn't.
Okay, I think,
No,
Melissa, I think we're going to have to move on. Okay, let's go to the elder.
Did we do the elders while I was
We did
gone? or
not
no?
do the elders.
We did not. Okay. Eugene Elger, you are now off mute. You're in the meeting. Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Okay. I'm going to talk.
I'm sorry, they have donated time, so I believe they.
Please.
I'm sorry, you have more than.
To talk about. I have 3 minutes, so I just want to go fast.
No, you have more, sir. You have more than 3 minutes. I believe your time is donated. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
No, he wasn't part of the donation, Sean.
Oh, please. I haven't started yet. Let me start. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this property. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you for allowing me to talk about this property. I think when you compare the lots, you need to be comparing the lots to the lots on Arcadia Terrace. It's one of the larger lots. Comparing it to anything other than that, whether to all of Santa Monica, which the architect put in his documents dated May 20th, is silly. Okay? Comparing it to streets or streets such in Ocean Park that have a street down the middle and saying, well, they only have 15-foot backs is equally silly. This is a unique location on Arcadia Terrace. If it's not historical, it's extremely special. They can get more parking than they're suggesting. They can easily get 4 parking spots in, coming in from the alley, which is actually the safer and more appropriate location. They also can secure parking spots with a permit, I believe 4 additional, because I know that's what I can get, in the parking lot directly across the street for a reasonable sum for the whole year. Okay. Let me see what else I had here. So he has access to additional parking directly across the street, and he can easily get 4 parking spots in. This is all about additional square footage and financial gain. I understood when I purchased my lot and when I built on my lot that he had the ability to build in front of me. What I didn't understand that he was actually going to try to move it and take away more view from both the street, from my home, and from my neighbor's home. There are not any site-specific characteristics that keep 1665 Appian Way from being developed for its intended use as a multifamily dwelling. It simply requires the architect and developer to reduce the building area. Just that simple. If this variance was granted, it would negatively alter the overall experience of the historical walk street or special walk street, depending on what you want to call it, in Santa Monica that was specifically designed to be 30-foot setback, knowing that as they built and as the houses got redeveloped, that you didn't want them on top of each other, knowing it's a walk street down the middle. There's nothing about this site that makes it suitable for consideration of this variance. The 30-foot setback is required for Arcadia Terrace, and it is required for 1665 Appian Way, even if he has a different address. Further, the requirement of the 30-foot setback does not create any particular or unique harm to 1665 Appian Way, except the square footage and the resale or rental of the property. This request by 1665 for this 15-foot variance is simply a frivolous claim that is putting myself and other neighbors in direct hit, no different than the easement he went after us with and put us in, both by suing us and putting this in arbitration. So I guess I want to close with the simple fact that I really appreciate the feedback and the reporting from the City Planning Committee, because I think it's very accurate. And I actually feel strongly than ever that when I read the architect's report that goes back to May 20th, just because he says it's true doesn't make it true. I think we've learned that in a number of areas, and I can tell you it's absolutely true in this particular case. And that's what concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for?
No, we have one more caller. We have Agnes Alger. Hello, Agnes. You're off mute and you're live in the meeting, and you may begin your statement in your 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Agnes Alger, and I'm one of the owners of 24 Arcadia Terrace. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Planning Committee about why I think 1665 Appian Way's request for the variance and the major modifications should be denied. I'm excited to join the community of individuals living in Arcadia Terrace. It's a historic street in beautiful Santa Monica, and we're all lucky to be so close to the beach. The historic and unique nature of this walk street, as well as the proximity to the beach and the pedestrian activity off of the beach, was a primary reason why my husband and I chose to purchase and build the home we will retire in on Arcadia Terrace. We purchased this property with the desire to build our dream home there, knowing full well the perfections put in place by the city of Santa Monica to preserve these historical, unique, and cherished characteristics that make the neighborhood and in particular Arcadia Terrace what it is. It seems to me quite simple. It is clear that the developer who purchased 1665 Appian Way purchased it also knowing full well various protections and requirements in place for any building on that property. And he purchased the property anyway. So to now attempt to circumvent these protections in an effort to build a larger structure for his own financial gain seems to me the very thing that these protections are put in place to guard against. I'm bothered by the plans that I have seen for 1665 Appian Way, in particular how right now it is trying to go beyond this legal means and take even more of our and our neighbors' ocean views and alters the pedestrian walkway that makes Arcadia Terrace what it is. Again, this seems somewhat simple to me. The developer purchased 1665 Appian Way, knowing that these were the restrictions in place to preserve the character of this area. He should not now be allowed to circumvent those protections for his own gain. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and that completes our caller queue for this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let us now go back to the applicant who has
a couple minutes.
What? 4 or 5 minutes? 4 or 5 minutes for rebuttal? Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. So just to look at a couple things here. I mean, some statements were made, which we all do, and we can throw them off. And it's the same saying, you know, just because it says something or writes something doesn't make it fact. So the idea coming down all the way, oh, let's just put 3 or 4 garages off of here when this is the corner, a very dangerous corner with cars and trucks coming down here, and trying to put garages here and have them back out. That's highly unsafe. Even, you know, coming in off of Appian Way here and trying to back out is not safe because people are rounding the corner. They're on bicycles, they're on skateboards, they're on scooters. Really, you know, auto access needs to be front in and front out. I just show this because it shows the maximum allowable lot coverage per code. This is with the 30-foot setback. So if we then go to the next page, you'll see that this is what the variance request is. So it's bringing this in, but at the first level, there's a retaining wall along the back here. At the second level, for partial, there's a retaining wall. And then, so that retaining wall is all along here. It's partial, it's along here. And then here, where we've pulled in 10 feet off of the 40-foot that would have normally been there. This again shows it in elevation. So this is looking what's allowable, and this is looking at what we're asking for. So this is the retaining wall is back here. These are the stairs that go up. I understand that there are findings that have to be made, and we're just maintaining. This is the existing condition now. This apartment building. The 15 feet is slightly, it's about where this wall is, but a little further. And our proposal is to really, you know, clean this up, pull the building that's there now away from it, open it up, provide better access, and to have the setback back by here. The view, you know, to the beach through here is still all there, as it shows here from these streets. So, you know, I think the real issue is can findings be made that one, you know, that it is a small lot. It's under 5,000 feet, and it is separated by the retaining wall and by its frontage on Appian Way. That it is a unique situation, clearly unlike the other properties that are up here on the hill. And that has no real negative, you know, impact on all the people who are living up. So we feel that the justifications are there for this piece of property to be allowed to have this variance and move forward. If you deny it, you know, clearly it will be a different, you know, the owner would have to see what his next steps might be, but it might be a project that is almost the same size and it would be a single family residence, which really is not his interest. To build some, you know, 4,000 square foot house. And the idea that you would build some stuff and then say, oh, well, you can just get permits to park across the street. I hope, you know, no offense, but the cars are safe, you know, all night. It's not how we want to build things. This is really for people who live in the neighborhoods who don't have parking on site. So we're just trying to build a small project for 2 families that could be part of the community and enjoy living here, and are just asking, for the 15-foot variance and the modification for landscape, which is less than 5% reduction in landscape. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant before we go to discussion? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Fresco. Are you going to discussion? Yes. I just want to know if anybody has any more questions for staff before we go to discussion. Nope. Let's go to discussion. Commissioner Fresco.
To start with, I did find the easement, and it does include lots 30 to 43. It includes basically Seaside Terrace and Arcadia Terrace, and all the way down to Appian Way. In terms of this being outside the so-called gate, the actual locked gate is obviously added much later. And I sent you guys a couple of pictures earlier today, which are also hopefully part of the public record. And Ross can show them if you want to see them. One of them shows that for the first two parcels before the two posts show, there was actually a seating area. And the remnants of that exist all the way around the corner in front of this old building. It has it's covered up with stuff, but it's there. And to say that this is different from the rest and not part of it is not correct. So I just wanted to establish that. I'm also very concerned that that this building talks all about its orientation to Appian Way when it faces Arcadia Terrace, and that's its legal front. It is. And it was its historical legal front as well, and it impacts the integrity and the character of that walk street to have it changed. I think that the building that's across the way, the apartment building with the garages, that also is non-compliant and basically damaged the original seating area, is not a standard that we want to continue to live by. And in terms of the original buildings being set back only to 15 feet, and now there's a 30-foot setback, we can't use that standard of what's built originally necessarily unless it's landmarked as the standard going forward if we've changed the code, because that would mean we can't ever change our codes, because people would always be able to get a variance to go back to the other code because that's what people did in the past. So we have to be careful of that. And I think that because I didn't do this research, I could have, because to check the zoning. But my guess is that the extra 15 feet where setback was added when the city decided to zone it for R3 because of the additional height and the fact that the setbacks are just nose to nose and there's not also a street in between makes a big difference. So basically, I do not believe that there's a special circumstance or for this building, for this parcel, because it's part of a walk street that is a holistic thing. In terms of the design, do you have something you need to say, Leslie?
No, I just wanted to talk after you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were desperate to interrupt me. In terms of, I don't think it's really fair. I mean, obviously, the building that's there now has 4 units, which would be great. And it was actually built by one of the original developers of this tract. He bought it very early on. He was in partnership with Shader on other parts of the tract to help fund the redevelopment of it and the grading and the preparations. And I believe this building was probably built as a gateway, you know, as part of, you know, the base of the look of the place. But I also think that it's important not to rely on the information. It's important to know that there are many ways to skin a cat, that this can be designed in a million different ways by a million different owners, architects, and combinations thereof to come up with as many different results. So I don't believe that these zoning standards eliminate the possibility of more than one unit on this parcel. I think that, you know, there's a lot more possibility there than that. And so I feel that is something for you guys to consider. And then as another aspect of the design that I personally find very troubling, which I just need to point out, is that this building does not have a door or even really a front. I don't know. I mean, it took me a long time to even going through the plans to realize that the entrance is actually facing the 12-foot wall at the east side of the parcel, which makes no sense and to me really impacts pedestrian aspects of, you know, pedestrian friendliness. So basically, I actually don't think we can make the findings that there's something unique about this parcel that is preventing this owner from developing it. But if for some reason, since I'm taking the temperature in the room, you guys don't agree, I think that there are a lot of things about this building as it's designed that need a lot of attention. Those are, oh, and did I read you about, I told you about the easement. Okay, that's it.
Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you.
Chair, sorry.
Oh,
Chair,
yes.
I apologize. May I just quickly interrupt? It appears Commissioner Fresco was referring to a set of photos that were emailed to the share with the Planning Commission after the noon deadline, so they were not posted online. The applicant did not have the benefit of seeing that information. So what we'd like to do is to have Ross actually show those photos and give the applicant at least an opportunity to respond to that information, since the email was not received prior to 12 p.m. And we want to make sure that it's clearly in the record.
Okay.
And I just emailed Ross the easement also, so he can show you guys that too all at the same time.
Let's post everything, and we'll give the applicant, 3 minutes to address those images?
Ross,
Sure,
would you mind sharing your screen? Just thank you.
Yes. Let me know when you guys can see it. This is the first image. And Nina, if you want to describe it at all.
So you can see the original building. It had 4 windows. The units apparently, each of those 4 awnings, it represents a unit. Those are window boxes, I think. There were a number of photos in this collection that led me to believe those are window boxes. The front entrance, which also has an awning, faces Arcadia Terrace. And you can just see the pillar from the side of the seating area right in front of the entrance. And there's a little stair that goes up next to the entrance to the little setback. Thank you, right there. So it kind of works with the idea that there's this shared seating area, but then this particular unit also has a private green space behind the shared space. So that was basically what I wanted you to see.
Would you like me to share the other newspaper clipping?
The clipping.
Yeah, let's show all 3. We'll give the applicant for 3 minutes.
Well, there were just 2 images, and this one just shows what that space looked like. These are kind of, the pillars are squat. In the photograph, you could see they were more elongated, and they used to have balls on top. And you can see that it was, in fact, a little seating area, which you could also see in the photo was a little fuzzy on your screen. So that's basically what it was. And this encompassed the original 15-foot park and walkway setback. And then I also shared with you the that. So this, I just got off the county assessor's website once I discovered that there was actually a number reference to it. So basically, the top part talks about Seaside Terrace, and then it says there shall be a joint easement of all owners of lots 30 to 43. That's Arcadia Terrace, and it tells you that it's 15 feet, 5 feet for the walk, 10 feet for the park, and it includes all those lots. So there it is.
Okay. Mr. Metcher, want to say anything about that?
Sure. Good work, Nina, in finding that stuff. But so in looking particularly at the ad, so to speak, you'll quickly notice that this building is not part of that. It's showing the pillars and the stair, which are entry to the properties that are up above. And looking at that figure, you already see some of the houses that are built up there. None of them have a 30-foot setback, and this building doesn't have a 30-foot setback. Clearly, in thinking about it, and it just really just hit me. Potentially, at some point, the city changed the zoning to R3, maybe in the thinking that somebody was going to buy a whole bunch of these lots and tear houses down and build a big building. That's what did happen in Santa Monica as the freeway was it was all upzoning. We lost a lot of houses. Thank goodness we didn't lose these. But that doesn't mean, but at the same time, this doesn't show all the development along Appian Way. So, and we're being respectful of the easement. We're happy to figure out how to enhance and bring back the stairway. It's gated. It may not be in the picture. We have no idea when that occurred, but it's considered a private walkway. And I think the city went to try to make it unprivate, 30 years ago or so, and we're not successful. So that's the condition we're living with. If we want to look at putting seating, I showed you the picture where we have planter walls. We can provide. If the idea is to enhance and put some seating, we can do that. I'm not sure all the residents want that because of some of the issues of where people sleep, and hang out and the like at this point. We're happy to participate in those kinds of discussions. We just feel, that everything we're looking at, shows that this lot today in today's condition, has unique properties about it. Thank you.
Okay, let us go back to discussion. Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. My what I know of her is that the R3 zoning and the 30-foot setback goes back to the 1984 zoning code. And so that's what I think I know. I am going to probably a minority of one here, but I support this variance, and I'll tell you why. I think that it is incredibly unfair to apply the standards of a walk street to a piece of land that is not on the walk street. Not only is it not on the walk street, there's a locked gate between it and the walk street. And I think that makes it unique. The standards are applied to this one property that is not on the walk street, and I don't think that's fair. If he did a 30-foot setback, as I said earlier, if he had a 5-foot pathway to the walk street, which he doesn't have access to, the person would walk into a wall. So again, it's not on the walk street. So that's how whether I like the design or is irrelevant because we're not at that point. If we get to a DRP, which I doubt we will, then we can discuss design. But for now, I really think the findings could be made that this is a unique piece of property because it's got Walk Street standards applied to it, and it is not on a Walk Street. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? I don't see hands. Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, this is interesting from the standpoint. Leslie, in response to you, I think that they still have to give up an easement, still have to cross their property to get to the gate. So they're still an integral part of the deal, and you couldn't get to the gate without going across their property. And I think that if this was only asking for a variance for the parking, the subterranean parking, I'd be more comfortable with it. But I'm not seeing a way to do the findings for this right here. And I'd like to move the question.
I'll second.
I'll second for the purpose of discussion, but I would like to say something. But I don't want to speak before everybody else has. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. You're muted, Mario. Yeah.
This is a tough one because there are points on both sides. But I think the reasoning that Commissioner Fresco had was substantially correct. It's clear that the rules of the game shifted sometime, as Commissioner Lambert said, 1984. I don't know exactly when they shifted, but there was another shift that happened after that, which was we went to a tier 2 process, tier 3 process. So the code's always evolving. The code is always moving in a certain direction. And in that shift, we did get a 30-foot easement, or a 30-foot front yard setback in this case. And I think that applies to this whole terrace, this whole piece of land. And even if their parking is not from one alley as opposed to from Appian Way, it still applies to this piece of land. So it's very hard to find an exception or a topography or something that makes it so different that it can't apply. The other thing is that even if we were to give up this particular 15-foot, remember the person immediately uphill of this project, they had to build to the 30-foot setback. So how are they any different from being included in the terrace development? They gave up or used the 30-foot, but this project did not. So there's sort of an uneven treatment there, almost a spot zone situation. So I like the project. I like what it's doing. I like that it scales up to this big hotel to the south of it. It's a nice kind of linkage of spaces, and I can't make the findings, so I'm kind of stuck. I do believe, though, the parking can be worked out. So, but that's not our discussion.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I just want to say for the sake of the record that I can concur with what Commissioner Fonda already just said.
So I've struggled with this, and I want to make a couple of comments that I think haven't been made. One is I am concerned. I am not making any decisions with respect to the easement. I'm looking entirely at the code, and I have a problem. I will say that I think I share some of Commissioner Lambert's concerns. I also have a problem with the idea that, this is a locked walk street and we're somehow being asked to be responsive to these kinds of very private demands. I would be much more open to them if this were an open street. And I think the truth is that we don't know what we would have done if the person up the road had come to this body for a variance. But they didn't. And so we're where we are. What troubles me, what I keep coming back to is, and it's along the lines of what Commissioner Reese was saying, I think this parcel could qualify for variances, but these are not the right variances. These are not the droids that you're looking for. The sense that I have is, and I want to say this because I recognize the applicant had the choice, the exercised a degree of choice in his approach to this project, but we have to be able to make the findings. Ultimately, variances and modifications are discretionary permits. I will say for the record that I was troubled by the utter absence of any response to the ARB's recommendation. I think it would have been far more convincing, and I will say this, if the applicant had come back to us and said, look, we listened to what the ARB had to say, we tried out a few alternative design models, here they are, they don't work for this, and this reason, and therefore we need this variance because we've tried the 5 other ways to do it, right? The city has denied us a lift for parking. The city has XYZ. We can't back out onto Appian Way. I'm not comfortable with the fact that we're having this conversation essentially de novo when the ARB process was precisely designed to take us to the next level of a more refined project, especially in a discretionary permit situation. So I would be inclined, right? I would be inclined to look at a variance on the setback based on the context. I don't necessarily read the context the same way that staff does, given the evolution and the lived evolution of this project. And I also hate the idea that by turning this down, we're going to end up with a single-family home because we need these housing units in Santa Monica. We're about to go on to another item about how we incentivize the production of housing. And we need housing at different sizes and income levels. So, but I can't get there. I cannot get there from here on the basis of this application. And so I will be joining my colleagues in voting that we cannot make the findings, but I will be doing so without prejudice because I would like to see this applicant go back, take another look at the ARB recommendations, take another listen to what's been said here tonight by all of the colleagues on the dais, and let's try this again. But this is not it. Commissioner Lambert.
I just have one final comment, and it's actually a forecast for the future. When you look at the code sections for this walk street with the 30-foot setback and the 40-foot height limit, this is not a protected neighborhood. This is not a historic district. So what you're looking at in the future potentially are 3.5-story buildings on very small lots on this street. So I really think at some point we need to look at the code that applies to this walk street. It's going to look really dumb if everything is built out to what the code allows.
Well, actually, whether or not, if a bill like SB 9 passes, the applicant may well be back here with a split lot that we can't do much about, and we may end up with a worse project. So,
good point.
Commissioner Pastor and Jim, did you have your hand up? Okay,
yeah,
so,
I mean, if in fact we are interested in the applicant going back and redesigning the project that in a way that responds to these comments and in a way that responds to the ARB comments, and we think that he can get there, rather than simply denying the variance, I want to know whether there is appetite to give the applicant an opportunity to do that and to essentially continue this case, rather than making him come back and applying for a different variance and spending all of that extra money, and right? So I want to know what the appetite of the commission is for that, and if there is appetite, then I think we would ask if we can reopen the public hearing to ask the applicant whether it would be interested in doing that. Because I too do not think, I don't think the findings can be made as we are sitting here today. I do think there has been some interesting points raised. I don't know that I totally agree that it doesn't front onto the walk street, because I think it does front on the walk street, but perhaps there are some opportunities for the applicant to come back and make a better case for a variance and with a new design.
So without objection, I'm going to reopen the public hearing for a moment just to give the applicant the opportunity to say one word, yes or no, which is, would you be interested in a continuance?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, that was exactly my point about to make.
Okay. So is there a motion to? I believe that Commissioner Reese, you had
I will
made
make a substitute motion to continue this case.
Commissioner Fresco, are you seconding the motion, or you want to speak?
Well, I want to ask about the motion.
Well, if there's a
I second it. I second it.
Commissioner Lambert seconds it. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Fresco.
We're just continuing it, or are you suggesting that we continue it with specific direction for what kind of project? Or you're just saying come back and do something different? What do you?
I guess that I feel like we have given fairly specific direction in all of our comments, and that so I would rely on the applicant to listen to what we said and respond accordingly if he wants approval.
I would recommend that unless there's a deadline issue, and I want to check with Heidi to make sure that that there's no clock ticking here. I think in the interest of us being able to continue in our quasi-judicial role, a continuance should be a clean continuance with no direction. I don't want to imply that the commission is prejudiced in one way or another toward what the applicant might come back with. So
if the applicant requests if there is a joint agreement that from the commission and the applicant that a continuance is agreed to amongst the parties, then that would be fine. I would say, and the planning manager will probably want to jump in, there would potentially be a point when it's not the same project that came before you in the first place. So we would need to look to make sure that the application doesn't change so significantly that it's not something that we could just continue and bring back to you. That doesn't mean that you couldn't and I'll let Jean speak to that.
Right. So, I mean, it sounds like the applicant is amenable to a continuance. We would obviously work with them to work on this project in line with the commission's comments. But as Heidi was indicating, at some point, if it involves, a project that, maybe doesn't need a variance or is just something that has no bearing to what you're seeing tonight, we may just have them withdraw and refile something else, because it seems coming back with a completely different project isn't sort of within the spirit of a continuance.
Yeah, I mean, I think though that we're trying to avoid them having to refile a whole case, honestly, and so I would urge, and I hear you, Jing, I get it. I just would urge planning staff to try to be as liberal as the law allows us to be. Okay. Without running afoul of the code.
Can I ask?
Well, let me just go to Leslie and then Leslie first.
Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Senate Bill 9 passes, they only need to do one parking space.
Correct.
So
and
that would be
possibly less because Ocean Avenue may well be a high quality transit corridor. I'm not sure. But there are a number of buses that go up and down, so they may not need any parking spaces at all.
So that could be a relief for the developer.
Yeah, but it hasn't passed. It hasn't been signed.
I know.
And we're formally fighting it.
Right?
And the city is formally fighting it.
Tell me about it.
We're formally fighting it.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Commissioner Fresco?
I don't see how a redesign changes whether or not there are specific circumstances or characteristics of this property that make it unique and eligible for a variance. I think that that is kind of independent of the design, and I feel like it's kind of putting us in an awkward position that I feel like the reason it doesn't make the findings is kind of intrinsic to the property and not related to the design. There are things about the design that would need work if it did meet the code, but I don't think that changes the characteristics of the parcel relative to the other similar parcels.
So then my suggestion, in the interest of time, my suggestion would be that you vote against the continuance and then attempt to deny the variance outright. But why don't we, unless somebody has are we ready to vote on the continuance?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin wants to say something.
Just for the point of clarity, would the purpose be to continue this just for seeking a variance with respect to the setback? I don't know if they can come back and ask for different types of variances. I think that's maybe beyond what the law would allow.
Well, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Well, for example, they could ask for a variance to encroach into the easement below grade with just the parking, for instance. That might be a solution that works for everybody, and that way they respect the easement. Because, for example, immediately opposite them, you'll notice there are already cars parked on the easement.
Yeah.
There are people using that easement for other purposes. I don't know if they have permission from all the rest of the owners, but I guess what I'm saying is we do want to give the owner a chance to massage it and come back with something that responds to our concerns. That's where I was going with it.
Again, I want to say very clearly here, our continuance should be clean. We've asked the applicant whether or not the applicant wants a continuance. The agreement is yes. I'm going to suggest that that the maker and seconder of the motion revise their motion to say, by mutual agreement with the applicant, we move that this be continued, because that was important to Heidi. Do I see nods from the maker and the seconder, Commissioner Pastor, Commissioner Lambert? Yes. All of what was been said, I think staff has identified that there may be limits to this. If the full application is withdrawn, remember that the date of application suddenly moves quite a bit forward. There have been changes to the law. There may be yet changes to state law depending on when this happens. I don't think we can presuppose what will come back. I think what we're just trying to avoid is sending the applicant all the way back to the back of the line, all the way back to the beginning of the process, if they don't have to go. But if they do have to go to the back of the line, I think there's agreement that they will go to the back of the line. That's the cost of coming to the commission with something the commission's not ready to vote for or can't make the findings for.
Chair, if I could just also suggest that it sounds like there's a desire to have, as you indicate, a clean continuance. It seems that the commission has indicated tonight that there's not support for the variance. Perhaps you may want to vote to actually deny the variance and the major modification, but continue the DRP, which would allow the applicant the opportunity to still continue working on the project. I am concerned, as Commissioner Raskin expressed, in terms of brand new variances being filed or what have you, because that seems outside the scope of the project, of the application that's been filed. So that's just a suggestion.
On what regulation?
I mean, in terms of, certainly people can file their request. It seems that the scope of the variance that was requested was, for the front setback. If it's something completely different or a different project, generally speaking, the continuance should have some relationship to the prior project. It's, if it's something that's completely different, potentially more units, different requests, that doesn't seem like it's the same project. So just wanted to offer that option as well.
I think, folks, for the reason that Mario stated, that if there's a design solution that allows them to go subsurface, same variance, and we end up getting what we want, so I would urge us not to deny the variances at this moment. We can do that. We have the ability to. We can do it later. They've heard very loud and clear that we have concerns about design aspects of the project. And I think it's, he's willing to take on the task right now of doing a redesign and trying to stay within the spirit of his application.
Yeah. I'd like to call the question.
Let's do that. So the motion, to restate the motion, is by mutual consent with the applicant to continue the variance, the major modification, and the DRP. The STOA, there's no STOA to continue. So, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
I'm going to abstain.
Was that an abstain? I'm sorry. Did we? Okay. Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Landris?
Yes. So that passes 5 to 1 to 1.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's resume at 7:45 p.m. The legislative 5 minutes.
Anyone else want to enter themselves into
Okay, let us get going again. Waiting for Leslie to return. Let me just ask while we're waiting for Leslie to come back, and we may need to do this with a roll call. Would there be an opportunity for us to reorder the subsections in item 10A through 10C so that we can take 10C before 10B? Looking for a motion here. I can't hear you, Mario, but I think you said so moved.
Yes.
Is there a second? Let's have somebody else second it because the reason is.
Can you just tell us, I'm sorry, I don't have my agenda because
Sure. We are now in discussion. We're on item 10. We have 3 subsections of item 10. The first one is on budget priorities. The second is on the changes to the zoning ordinance recommended to council, and we're going to have a recusal on that one. And then the third one is the update on the housing element. So I'm asking if we reorder the budget so we take the update on the housing element so our soon-to-be recused commissioner can leave for the evening. So I saw a motion from Commissioner Fondo Bernardi. Is there a second from Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Can we have a roll call on that slight agenda change?
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Oh.
Commissioner Raskin, you had a question, if I may?
I just wanted to ask if we're going to reorder it that way, perhaps we could also just put 10B after public comment.
I don't think we have anybody in the queue so there's no reason to. I'd rather not. I'd rather mess with the agenda as little as possible. So, okay. Yeah, I don't see any written public comment or oral public comment there was nobody registered, so there's no reason to push it all the way back to 12.
Okay, got it.
Okay,
thanks.
Let's vote.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin? Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
And Chair Landers.
Yes, thanks everyone. So let's now go to item 10A, and I know this is a discussion item, but perhaps we could get some context from staff on how we might best shape our discussion.
Certainly, I can start, and certainly David may want to jump in as well with respect to budget priorities. So on March the 9th, Council is going to hold a priorities discussion, basically in preparation for the biennial budget for 21-23 to 23. So we wanted to reach out, as we are to all boards and commissions, the opportunity for the Planning Commission to express anything that you would like to express with respect to priorities, for the Council to consider as part of that budget cycle. I can share with you that obviously in terms of city planning's work priorities, number 1 priority is the housing element update, and then 2 other efforts that are also prioritized are the ARB restructuring, which you acted on the ROI tonight. That was a continuation of the budget actions that were taken last July, and also completion of the LUP. The coastal land use plan, which is still pending with Coastal Commission. Team staff that's working on both, so we're needing to prioritize obviously the housing element. So that just provides you some context. I'm not sure if David has anything else.
Yeah, thanks, Jing. I would just I'd echo what Jing said, but also suggest perhaps that one way you could structure your discussion would be. There is a community-wide survey that just went out that has some very broad categories, like affordability and cleanliness, homelessness, those types of things. So you may want to, in terms of a broader discussion, focus on those areas. Just generally speaking, the city's not in a position where we're going to be adding many positions, if any. We're still pretty much in the position we were last year when there were the budget cuts that you're all familiar with, and we're certainly not in a point where we are, restoring programs or positions quite yet. So, we don't expect the budget to be much more than a maintenance of effort budget, but just in terms of where council ultimately places, what really are limited resources, it would help them to hear the council or the commission's thoughts on where you land on those priorities that are called out in the community-wide survey. And then, obviously, as Jing was alluding to, to speak specifically to things that are, under the Planning Commission's purview, I think would also be helpful.
Great. Why don't we just go around and see what folks want to say, and we could just start with Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi.
It's a huge topic. If I were to focus on things, I think we are kind of in recovery mode now for the next year or two from the images of the COVID. And so we're talking about expediting business permits. We're talking about trying to raise thresholds to keep so many projects pouring in that they jam up the limited bandwidth that we have for our approvals. And I don't know where those thresholds are, but that would be an area that I would look at. And then the other area, which there may not be a link, but if there is to reopen the schools. If there's anything the city could do to reopen the schools, that would be, a desirable outcome. And then obviously addressing homelessness and housing affordability, but that's always on our plate. That hasn't changed. And I don't think that that's going to change for years. So, it's with us.
Commissioner Fresco?
It seems to me that while we are in maintenance mode, that there's really not much that we can responsibly ask for. I mean, we just need to keep staying above water. And if there are subtle things that staff is aware of that would help support them in doing the work that we just sit around and opine on, maybe I would be interested in knowing that, and that would be something that I would support. But, even I am not going to ask for a landmarks ordinance update right now. So,
Commissioner Lambert.
I have a couple priorities, and however realistic they are or not. One, and I think we've talked about this before as the council, I think a very high priority for planning staff and city staff in general is expediting development that produces revenues to the city. Because if we're ever going to get out of the hole we're in right now, we really have to do that. Otherwise, we're going to be treading water for the next 2 years. So I would say expediting development projects that are revenue producing, number one. Number two, while preparing, hopefully, a certified housing element is top priority right now, so is implementation. If there are areas in the housing element that require zone changes, use changes, programmatic change, what have you, we've got to have the staff to do that. And I'm thinking, for example, the IZO tonight, if you intend to use IC sites on your inventory, you're going to have to rezone those sites. And whether there's a time frame for that and it's not immediate or not, I think you have to look at the implementation of the housing element and what does it require staff-wise. And this is not our purview, really, but it kind of is. Right now, the housing division has 2 housing staff. There is no way that those two people will ever be able to implement the housing production that we need in our housing element. It's absolutely impossible. And I point to parking structure 3 downtown, which has been wallowing for, 2 years, 1.5 years, because there's not staff to do it. And because of that, we are delaying the production of 150 low-income housing units in downtown Santa Monica. So I really think, and that really is part of our housing element mission as well, that if we don't have the housing staff or the planning staff to implement the housing element, it's kind of an exercise in futility. So those are my 2.
Commissioner Pastor.
My priorities are to allocate staff time to processing the projects we have in the pipeline as quickly as possible, and to the extent possible, really changing our thresholds and really working to get the ministerial projects through, especially the affordable projects. That's a huge priority for me. Also prioritizing, to the extent that we have any money to put towards affordable housing, to leverage that money to the extent possible. So developers can use other loans and tax credits and funds to build their projects. And then also to updating our regulations to be consistent with state law.
Commissioner Raskin.
Thanks. I agree with a lot of what's been said. Just to add a few new things, to the extent that it's possible and within the purview of the planning department to support programs that alleviate rent burdens. I'm thinking particularly of the POD program and any new programs that can come online to help households that are rent burdened, and there are many. And also, to the extent possible, keeping rent-controlled, rent-controlled units where they are, and not taking those off the market. Also, to the extent that it's within the planning department's purview, we desperately need an update to our tree code. We desperately need legislation to address issues that have come before this commission time and time again, and there are, the evidence is the evidence is there. For every dollar you invest in the urban forest, you get about $3 in public value back. So, this is a cost value proposition that will pay dividends in the long run. And we did a lot of work to tee it up. It was ready to go last spring, and it needs to be a priority. And to the extent possible, supporting lobbying efforts for realistic ways to get more money for building affordable housing.
Commissioner Reese.
My priority is just keeps its doors open and tries to keep the staff maintain that they have the data to process cases, and everybody else has highlighted other issues that I wish would happen as well. So I'm going to leave it at that.
I'll just echo a couple of things that have been said, but I want to try to put it together. I think what Commissioner Fondo Bernardi started with in terms of streamlining permitting is extremely important. I would extend that to Commissioner Pastor's points about streamlining housing and getting those thresholds together. I think we have to get this city moving again, and we have to get those revenue producing projects, as Leslie, Commissioner Lambert put it, before the deliberative bodies as quickly as possible, so that the right decisions can be made about each of those projects. I believe, however, that has to be paired with the right sizing of code enforcement and things like an urban tree ordinance, because I know we're in maintenance mode. We cannot wait a decade to get our trees right. If we wait a decade, we will have less shade cover in the city, and climate change doesn't care that we lost 40% of our operating budget last year, right? Climate change just doesn't care about that. So I also think that we need to do things that build public trust, which is why I mentioned code enforcement. I think if we're going to give with one hand, make it easier to get a business open, make it easier to get housing built, we also have to say to the public, we're gonna let people do things as long as they play by the rules, and when they don't play by the rules, we're going to hold them to those rules. And I think that comes down to defending folks against displacement. It comes down to making sure that our streets are clean, and that this is a safe place to live, and a safe place to raise a family, and a safe place for people who are housing insecure, and a safe place for people who are homeless. I want to make clear, this is not about pitting groups in our city against one another. It's about creating a city for all of us. I recognize that's a big ask. I do think those go hand in hand. And then the thing that has not been mentioned, and it is probably because it has moved away from the planning division, is mobility. But mobility remains within the purview of this commission. And so I want to make sure that our commitment, like the zero carbon delivery pilot, like our commitment to looking at pedestrianizing and cyclizing our streets, and continuing to advance Santa Monica's leadership in climate-friendly mobility options, bus, bike, walk, transit, will continue. And I really do hope that there will be an investment in making sure that after the merger of the mobility division into the Big Blue Bus, the planning pieces of that and the infrastructure pieces of that will continue to be supported through FTE and investment. And then lastly, because we're heading into 21-22, looking into what could be on the ballot in 2022, I do think that we need to have the right amount of dollars invested in a city study of the various ballot measures that may be put before the voters in 2022. It may or may not be the right time to look at a parks fund, anticipating the creation of the Great Park after the airport closes, but we should have a timeline for that. We need to start planning for that now. We can't wait until 2026 to start that process. And there are a number of different discussions about ballot measures for raising additional money to support housing affordability, including various property tax increment value capture, and I do want to make sure that we are doing that in a smart way that also makes sure that we are capturing property tax increments for our infrastructure improvements to go along with everything else that we want to do. So it's a big ask, but you're collecting a laundry list. Most importantly, before we go on to the next item, I would really like council to recognize just how hard the planning staff is working on what amounts to a shoestring budget. David, you, Jing, Rachel, everyone, Ross, everyone on this call, you have seen your division shrink over the last year, and we feel it, you feel it. We are with you, and we appreciate your hard work. And let us know what you need, because this is critical to the future of our city, and we want the council to know how much we appreciate your dedication to getting it right quickly, and ensuring that we're building and preserving a city that serves all of its stakeholders. So, any additional thoughts? Let's keep going. Oh yeah, Nina, no?
I just want
yes, I will clap for our staff. I mean, I think they deserve a round of applause. So,
can I just say one thing that I think it makes tons of sense to focus on revenue projects, but we also want to focus on housing projects.
Yeah,
can't do both. Right. And I don't think we got to pick something somewhere, you guys. And I think our bigger focus right now is I don't know. I think it's housing, but I see a conflict between saying that revenue producing projects and we need housing.
Well, I think right, but I think the solution is in. I think you're making a good point, but I think the solution is in what Commissioner Fondo Bernardi and Commissioner Pastor have said, which is you figure out what your rules are, and then you streamline the heck out of the processing, so that anybody who comes in with a revenue producing project or a housing project, if it's consistent with the rules and it's what the city wants, gets to actually get that project through the pipeline quickly. I think that's a huge barrier. There's a report out from, and I haven't read it, and it's about LA, so I want to make sure that nobody thinks I'm misunderstanding that. There's a report out from Shane Phillips at UCLA looking at the timing of when in-lieu fees are collected from housing developers, and asking the question, not about changing the amounts, literally changing when those dollars are collected in order to reduce costs upfront costs for housing developers while still yielding the same dollar outcome for the city. If you just change the date when that's collected, and Elisa and Jim can tell us whether, how different it is between Santa Monica and LA, but the notion that we would look at when money comes in and make sure that we're timing it properly to incentivize those things. That's the kind of thing that I'd love for us to have staff resources to study and recommend changes on. But unless we have the staff that has the time to do that, it's not going to happen.
And one more thing, Sean. Unless there's housing staff, housing's not going to happen.
Correct.
That's simple. And then right now there are only 2 housing staff that are capable of doing deals. So that's a very grim situation and needs to be changed.
Right. And I will say, because I will just say this, if our Human Services Grants Program is not renewed and not administered in a way that respects the hard work that our nonprofits do in our city, the people that we're trying to house won't be here. So, right. So I think, this is a multi-pronged problem. We have our lane. We should stay in our lane. But I think what we're saying in part is we want the city to take a holistic approach to the people who live here, because this city is not the blades of grass. It's not the trees. I mean, it's all of those things, but the city is nothing without the people who are here, and those and the people who will be here. And that's what we got to be looking out for. Sorry, this is easy to rant on. Shall we keep going?
Yes, let's go.
NC, let's do it. Housing element update. Commissioner Fontaine.
I have a question. So is someone going to compress this into one sheet that has our 20 points on it to the City Council? How does this have a useful discussion to the City Council? How do we get our information to them?
So typically in the past, it would be, sorry, Chair, but the Chair preparing a letter on behalf of the Planning Commission to the City Council. We have notes on this. We certainly would be happy to assist you if you'd like in doing that. But usually I think that's what we've done in the past. Is
and what's the date of presentation? What's the date that we're presenting this?
March the 9th is the council discussion. As David indicated, there is a community-wide priority survey, that I believe was sent to all boards and commissions, and we're really encouraging the community and everyone to feed in through that way. But the council discussion will be on March the 9th. So, certainly entering any written comments you want in the record would have to be submitted before then.
Okay, so let's agree that that Vice Chair Pastor and I will coordinate with, we'll connect with you, Jing, and David, and we'll make it happen.
Okay.
But do it in a way that doesn't waste staff's time. In other words, you should do it.
Dear Council, whatever David asks for, give him. Sincerely.
That's what I think we should say.
David? No? Okay, let's keep going then. 10C. Updates on the housing element. The preservation working group's meeting tomorrow. The production group is meeting
Friday.
When? Friday. We have written information. We have written information on the pipeline, and we did receive written comment related to the pipeline. Good question. Do we have callers on this? Melissa, Betty, Jing?
I don't believe I did not see anybody registered to speak on 10C. We have callers for 10D though.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's correct. Nothing for 10C.
Are there any other updates from commissioners or staff about the housing element?
If I could just provide a little bit of context to the slide that was given to the commission, we provided that information as as we promised at the last meeting. I do want to emphasize, we've seen some comments have come in about it and how this is not final. This is, as I've continued to emphasize, this is an iterative process. It's a first cut, if you will, on this, and this is a point in time as to where we are right now. So, we felt that this is information that's been requested by the community, by the commission. So we wanted to provide that for you just to give you the snapshot of where we are at this moment. We acknowledge the comments that have been received about pending projects, but actually the vast majority of what are projects that are entitled. So they received their entitlements. Some of them are already in plan check. In Santa Monica, actually, it's fairly unusual to see projects get their entitlements and then just not proceed. That's actually pretty rare in Santa Monica to see that. So, in any event, it's something that we'll obviously continue to explore, but we wanted to give that information to the commission and to the community.
Commissioner Raskin.
Just to ask, so were there then pipeline projects that were left off the list at your discretion?
Can't hear
you.
Sorry, I just said I was bringing up the slide that is attached to the agenda. So we divided it. You can see there the first column there, approved, not in plan check. So those are the ones that have their land use entitlements not yet in plan check. The pending column there are ones that are just applications that are actually pending planning review. So they are either, awaiting a planning commission hearing, or, if it's administrative approval, it's waiting. It's staff review. So those are the ones where the numbers can change rather substantially because, for example, the affordability levels are not finalized. Nothing's been approved yet. But so that's how we broke it down. And then the final column on the far right-hand side are those that are approved and already in plan check. We used roughly January of 2020 as the cutoff point. We looked back in time as to roughly how long it takes to get through plan check. It's anywhere between sort of that 12 to 18 month period. The ones that are shorter than that are 100% affordable housing on tax credit, urgent deadlines. They are much shorter than that, but on average, it's about that 12 to 18 months. So we thought January 2020 was a good cutoff date, to understand what would count towards likelihood of building permits being issued before July versus after that.
Okay. Leslie and then Mario.
Okay. I just have two. We're asking questions now, right? Is that what we're doing?
Sure. Yeah, we're on 10C. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have two questions. As you know, HCD advises that in your inventory actually includes sites that are basically twice what your RHNA allocation is, just to make sure that you have the sites necessary to meet RHNA. And we did that last time. I don't know if we're planning to do that again. So my question is, when you see the entitled units, are you assuming that's going to happen? So you're not looking at twice that number for this site inventory? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I think it's important to distinguish between the site itself and its capacity, right? So, again, and that's why I emphasize this is a moment in time. We have no further information, under current standards, those approved projects can't get more than they have, right? In the future, if standards change, certainly, if I think the question you're asking is,
that's not my question. My question is, are you looking at these 1,680 units basically and assuming they're going to happen, so you're not doubling that, looking for other sites that would accommodate another 1,680 in case these fall through?
Well, I don't think that's quite the right, so obviously we will be compliant with HCD's guidance on this, and ultimately we are required to plan for the RHNA. So the number here in terms of the 1,680, that is projects that are approved and not in plan check, so those are identified and on the list.
I know. I understand.
That's what they're included in they would be included in the inventory unless that changes, or if there's something, programmatic that changes down the road as
Right.
part of
Let me put this maybe a cleaner way. Are you looking at sites that would accommodate twice the RENA allocation?
Are we looking at sites that are accommodating I'm not sure I'm following.
The way HCD advises that you find that your inventory includes sites for housing that would accommodate twice what your RENA allocation is. It's what we did last time.
Well, I think just to kind of explain, this is Rachel. Just to explain our methodology for identifying sites on the SSI, we basically took the sites that have been approved out of the equation because those have been accounted for. And then we basically did a thorough inventory of the entire city. So right. when you're asking for looking for twice that number, we're not really looking for a targeted number. We're looking at all suitable sites across the city, minus the residentially zoned sites. So and then from those lists of what we're calling suitable sites, we're trying to figure out what the actual capacity is, and then from that we'll have to figure out the development standards changes that are necessary to accommodate, like you said, a buffer basically of units over the 8,800.
Okay, all right.
So it's not necessarily the number of sites.
That's my question, but it's okay.
Well, you can't. I mean, there's not. Again, this is an iterative, data-driven approach. It's not an arbitrary, like, create a target and try to get there. I think that there's going to be many ways that we get there, and the purpose of tonight's discussion is not. That's what we will be talking about
that's fine.
in March. But again, that is, we will be compliant with HCD's guidelines.
Okay, and then my final question is: when you have 814 units in plan check, are you assuming those units, or do you even know they'll have building permits before June? Or they may actually slop over into the 6th cycle.
It's possible, yeah. This chart is about probability, right, based on where things are right now.
Okay. Thank you.
I see Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. You're muted, Mario.
So thank you for this chart. It is very helpful, even though, like you say, it's a work in progress. But in terms of order of magnitude, the way I read this is that right now we've already got 2,300 properties or units that are sort of on their way to the 6th RENA cycle. And that's roughly the order of magnitude that we were looking at for the last cycle that were actually approved and permitted. We were around 2,500. And then if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like we have another 800 that possibly may drop into the last cycle, if I'm not mistaken. And that would put us roughly in round numbers around 3,000, 3,200, if I'm not mistaken. Am I reading that right, James?
Yeah, roughly there.
Okay, around 3,200. And funny thing, that number is twice what we were required to do in the last cycle. So what I'm saying is that we're doing pretty well. And this is before we got all of those new laws regarding extra floors, regarding expediting, regarding ADUs. There were a lot of changes that happened, and we're going to see the impact of those laws. If there were no other changes in these state laws, this machine would still grind on. It would still be very productive. And the fact that we have already in the RENA cycle about the same number of units that it took us 7 years to get to, that's a pretty impressive figure. So I guess what I'm saying is that whatever we're doing the right thing in the right direction. I still don't think we're going to get to 8,800, but that was always a mirage, but we are doing the right thing.
Okay, any other comments? All right, seeing none, I just want to reiterate for the record that we did receive the public comment related to the treatment of the pipeline projects, and so the commission and planning staff are fully aware of the concerns that have been raised. So I just want to note that. Let us now go to item 10B, and I believe Commissioner Raskin has something he wants to say.
Yes, thank you, Chair Landers. So I am going to be recusing myself out of an abundance of caution. Just by way of explanation, I'm an associate at a law firm, Hanson Ridge LLP, that represents the University of California, Los Angeles. UCLA operates a nursing training facility in the IC zone. In addition, our firm represents a client that is adverse to the Salvation Army in a matter. Out of an abundance of caution, I am recusing myself from this matter, and so with that, I'll take myself offline.
All right, good night. Let us now turn to item 10B, and can we have the staff report, please?
Sure, let me just...
And while you're pulling that up, I just want to reiterate the request that we made earlier, which is that we head into the housing element, and we may find ourselves with different potential conflicts. Let's see if we can kind of split up the way we do things so that we can maximize participation by commissioners in elements of the discussion, whether by geography or type or whatever it is.
Great. Thank you, Chair. This is a discussion and possible direction recommendation from the Planning Commission tonight to the City Council with respect to temporary land use restrictions that may occur during the pending the completion of the housing element update. So by way of some background, this item is being brought to the Commission tonight based on Council's direction as part of a 13 item at their January 12th meeting to prepare interim zoning regulations to prohibit 100% non-residential projects greater than 7,500 square feet in the Industrial Conservation District with possible consideration for exemptions like schools. Secondly, to prohibit single-unit dwellings in any non-residential districts. And third, impose any other additional restrictions to preserve potential housing sites. Council's direction came about because, as you're well aware, the sixth cycle housing element update, Santa Monica has a pretty substantial RHNA allocation in this sixth cycle. And just to review, we shared with the Commission before at your December meeting the proposed sort of filters methodology, if you will, on how we are initially doing this first cut. So this is based on our very preliminary sites analysis. These filters, you can see here step one from the city, the citywide inventory, splitting it between residential and commercial parcels. Commercial parcels, then further filtering down to commercial parcels and city-owned properties, excluding site constraints such as existing designated resources, existing housing, unique uses, like hospitals, religious institutions, and the like that are not likely to turn over. And then finally, applying a sort of a prioritization site ranking in order to determine sites that might net out as highest housing potential. So in doing that initial analysis, we found that there's limited land area identified as highest housing priority. That doesn't represent all of the places that have housing potential. These are the ones that we think based on those filters and the prioritization factors that we've shared with the Commission before, what netted out as having highest potential, and that's approximately 3% of the city's total land area. So the purpose really of this proposed interim ordinance is really to preserve the opportunity to plan for sites that have highest housing potential and not to have those potentially lost or turned over into commercial development that would remove the opportunity for housing to locate on that property. So just a quick review of kind of existing conditions where we are now. The city is guided in its growth strategy by the adopted land use and circulation element, and that largely looked at directing all the change to the commercial corridors and boulevards, and housing development has largely followed that pattern. We have highest amount of production largely in the downtown Bergamot areas and to some degree on the boulevards. There is one zone in the city, and that was something that was planned for in the Luce. The Industrial Conservation District was specifically carved out to not have multi-unit housing in it. It was intended as an employment district to support former uses that were there, and largely has been adaptively reused to support creative industries. However, as part of this housing element update, we feel that there's an opportunity here to evaluate the district again for housing potential, and so that's something that is a driver in this interim ordinance. Another existing standard is single unit dwellings are actually a permitted use largely throughout the city, and may surprise people to know that they are a permitted use even within commercial districts. So any of our major commercial boulevards today, you are allowed to propose a single unit dwelling. We currently have about 232 parcels that are developed with single units in the city, and it seems appropriate to reevaluate whether it is appropriate to continue single unit dwellings in commercially zoned areas. We are also informed by HRNA's 2019 analysis. I want to note that analysis is being updated as part of the housing element update, and actually will be shared. Preliminary results from that will be shared with the Commission pretty soon. And that analysis looked at the likelihood of housing development based on existing development standards. It tested various inclusionary housing requirements. One of the interesting facts out of that was, understanding the likelihood of commercial development versus housing projects under existing standards, given, a set of inclusionary housing requirements that are in the city's code. And, based on current requirements, what, we understand from that analysis is that housing projects are less likely compared to commercial projects to proceed due to, either similar height in FAR or even some cases lower. It's just comparatively, someone would probably choose to do a commercial project based on existing standards. And I think we're seeing that preference play out with the trends and applications that have been filed for non-residential projects on the boulevards. So where are we right now with respect to what's in our pipeline? We have applications in recent years have been filed for non-residential development of totaling about 319,000 square feet of commercial space, mostly, kind of spread within the Bergamot area, the hospital mixed-use district, and the industrial conservation district. So it's not in any one particular area of the city. There are others that are a little more unique in that regard. They're not office uses. We have a hotel downtown and a charging facility as well. For comparison, in the previous 5 years, 11 projects of about 184,000 square feet were approved, and you can see the breakdown there, largely made up of office uses as a single use. There's obviously retail and other uses that were approved there as well. So all of this is leading to, again, going back to the purpose, preserving the opportunity to plan for sites that have highest housing potential. So, it's just to give the opportunity, the housing element update, to put a temporary pause until, we can kind of go through the process to put in place a temporary prohibition on non-residential projects. We did want to clarify that that does not implicate mixed-use housing projects. Those are not what is included in here. These are, we're talking about purely 100% commercial projects, and also a temporary prohibition on single-unit dwellings in all commercial districts. There are exceptions that staff has put out or recommended to include additions to existing buildings and changes of use in existing buildings. This is really to acknowledge that, despite all of this effort going on, the city is continuing its recovery from the effects of COVID-19. So it seemed very important to ensure that we did not put a barrier to re-tenanting of buildings and the like, or additions to existing buildings. So those exceptions are being proposed. Schools are also proposed to be exempt, given some of the funding and construction, challenges and timelines that they are under, and then also excluding the industrial portions of the Industrial Conservation District. And I'll talk about there in a moment. The recommendation is south of Olympic Boulevard as a proxy for 500 feet from the freeway, and for simplicity in implementation in this temporary period. However, I can speak a little bit more to that on some alternatives the Commission can also discuss. So, as I discussed, I've already talked about changes of use and additions and schools. You can see here a map of the red line here on the right-hand side showing the 500-foot buffer from the edge of the I-10 freeway. Just to show you the numbers, if we looked at just south of Olympic Boulevard, that implicates about 88 parcels that would be excluded from this proposed interim ordinance. If it was 500 feet from the freeway, our parcels that are wholly included within that 500-foot buffer are 125 parcels. And then just as a point of reference, there are a total of 201 total parcels in the Industrial Conservation District. We wanted to note also that any interim zoning ordinance would not be applicable to the Bergamot Area Plan at this time because it requires the plan amendment. Given the speed of which we needed to bring this back, there wasn't sort of time to put that process through. However, we don't think that there's significant risk of sites turning over within the Bergamot Area Plan. Since its plan adoption, there have been very few development projects or activity within that area. So, we don't feel like it's likely that potential housing sites would turn over during the update period. In terms of applicability, the recommendation is that this would apply to applications that are submitted after January the 12th, 2021, which was the date of Council's original 13-item direction. We wanted to provide as a point of information applicability, other options that were considered in terms of applicability, and we looked at potentially projects that were pending review as of January 12th, 2021, or pending building permits. We did want to note that these kinds of projects have largely already been filtered out, because they were part of that pending projects list that we just talked about. So, if we wanted to reach back and have all projects that were pending as of January the 12th, these are projects that in many cases have been in process for a lot of years, and it's not clear that that the property owner, the applicant, would change their mind or choose to pursue a housing project after the temporary pause was lifted, after the housing update was completed, given how much time that project has been in process. Similar story with projects that are pending building permits as well. In those cases, they have been even further down the process. They've received a land use entitlements, and certainly, have been in the process for much longer, and probably deep into construction plans and the like. So that's a big reason why, the recommendation is for really a clean point forward. Any new applications submitted after January 12, 2021 would be subject to the ordinance. So I'm just leave you with this final slide in terms of to guide the Planning Commission's discussion and recommendation. There you can see in summary what the proposal is in terms of the IZO and possible exceptions. And I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay. Do we want to do questions first, or do you want to hear from the public first?
Oh, the public.
Do we go to the public first? Let's go to the public first. We have three. We think we have 4 callers signed up, but 3 were in so far.
Okay, the first caller in our queue is Jackson McNeil. Hello, Jackson. You are now off mute, and you have 3 minutes for comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jackson McNeil. I'm an attorney with Harding, Larimer, Kutcher, and Kozel. Although our firm represents a number of Santa Monica clients, I'm here tonight only on behalf of Baranoff Holdings, who is proposing 2 self-storage projects in the Industrial Conservation District. And at the outset, I want to note that both our firm and Baranoff support housing, and we in no way wish to prohibit housing. The more housing, the better. However, there are some areas of the city in which housing is less desirable, less feasible, and in some cases unsuitable. And we simply ask that commercial development continue to be allowed in these areas. To this end, staff recommended, as they just noted, an exception to the proposed ordinance for properties in the IC district south of Olympic Boulevard, noting in the staff report that this area is largely within 500 feet of the freeway and therefore is not an ideal location for housing. We agree, but we respectfully suggest that this exception be expanded to include all properties within 500 feet of the freeway where traffic-related pollution is highest. And we think an exception for properties within 500 feet of the freeway is especially appropriate for the IC district. And importantly, properties in the IC district are generally less likely to turn over. Historical industrial uses and hazards from those uses may make some sites unsuitable for housing. And perhaps most importantly, housing is specifically prohibited by the LUCE in the IC district, and the LUCE specifically encourages commercial and industrial uses in the district. Finally, let's not forget that commercial development is important. Jobs are important. City revenues are important, and they're important now more than ever in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of an economic downturn, in the middle of gut-wrenching city budget cuts. People need to know that Santa Monica is a good place to do business. As such, reasonable, logical exceptions should be included in the ordinance, and that includes an exception for properties within 500 feet of the freeway. Thank you.
Our next caller is Stephen Summers. Hello, Stephen. You're off mute and you're in the meeting. You have 3 minutes for comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Summers. I am a land use consultant with Crest Real Estate. I wanted to speak specifically with regards to projects which propose live-work units. Live-work units provide legitimate housing units that are clearly needed, as evidenced by tonight's discussion. Based on the discussions thus far, the purpose of this IZO is ultimately to promote the development of new housing units, and live-work projects would absolutely satisfy this goal of providing housing units. However, Santa Monica City Planning does currently consider live-work units or live-work projects as commercial. So it appears they would be caught up in this moratorium and not allowed to proceed. Based on this, I believe it is very important that you include an additional exemption in the proposed ordinance for projects proposing multiple live-work units. This will ultimately allow the city to achieve its goal of adding housing units. If an exception for live-work units is not incorporated, then projects that could help in the fight against the ongoing housing crisis could be halted, which seems to be fully counterproductive for what is ultimately intended with this IZO. Based on this, and of course, should you decide to move forward with the IZO in general, I urge you to include an exemption for projects proposing multiple live-work units. Thank you for your time.
Our next caller is Kevin Kozel. Kevin, you're off mute and in the meeting. You have 3 minutes for comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Kozel, 1250 6th Street. Other attorneys at our firm are speaking tonight about specific clients and their concerns about this ordinance. But I want to speak more generally about the overall concept of an interim moratorium ordinance and why we think it is not a prudent idea at this time. As Commissioners noted earlier tonight, we are still in the pandemic and the city is facing a significant economic downturn, and there should be a goal to help pull out of that. We believe the city should be focusing on two things: economic recovery and incentivizing housing. These should not be an either-or proposition, but rather a both-and proposition. These two goals are not mutually exclusive. We believe it is in the city's best interest to continue to allow permitted commercial uses and development without additional restrictions, while also incentivizing housing development. We understand that there is a line of thought that by limiting or prohibiting commercial development, but allowing housing, property owners will pursue housing. But in our experience, this hammer approach does not work, and instead stagnation results where nothing happens. We believe the best overall approach is to continue to allow commercial development as permitted in the zoning ordinance, while also providing additional benefits for housing to incentivize housing development. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is the end of the caller queue. The fourth caller never joined.
Okay. Let us open up discussion. Do we want to, let's go around. Let's start with Commissioner Reese.
Okay, so I would like to ask a couple questions of staff. Is why the carve out of 500 feet only where the city yards basically is, as opposed to the rest of the city would be my first question, I think, for staff.
The reason it focused on the industrial conservation, because it's, as we indicated, it's the only district where multi-unit housing is not permitted right now. And you know, as indicated, this is about having the opportunity to evaluate and consider whether you know, there are sites within the industrial conservation that might be appropriate for that. And all other zones in the city, housing is a permitted use. And so, you know, because you know, based on information that the standards are such, you know, that a commercial development might be equally more incentivized than a housing project. Again, it's all about preserving the opportunity to plan for housing on high potential sites.
Okay, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I'm curious why we carved out that south of Olympic, which really seems to be city yard area, but it's also transit adjacent and jobs adjacent. And so it seems like that would be interesting. You know, it's something to keep in our quiver, an arrow to keep in our quiver in case we want to build housing in those areas.
No, so I mean, I think, yeah, I think we were just thinking about it in relation to kind of balancing, you know, where development activity has occurred in the past as well. You know, and that's why we initially were like south of Olympic. I mean, you know, we haven't seen hardly like any new construction occur in that area in decades, I would say, other than the school. You know, so it seemed like a reasonable place, just a limited carve out, you know, continue whatever's happening in that area. But the carve out is not, it's just the industrial conservation sites within that buffer area.
Yeah, but the buffer area, I deal with this a lot in my profession of where you can put housing, can you put it a lot within 500 feet? And
yeah.
And it frustrates me to no end from the standpoint, it's a transportation issue. Our transportation is killing us. And now we're not going to build housing so more people are sleeping on the streets. I mean, you know, to me, I don't really support that 500 foot. I understand that there are some issues there with pollution, but I think there's a way to mitigate that. And then I was also taking a look for a work reason, but I was looking at the Cal EnviroScreen website that talks about toxics throughout the city, you know, the whole state. And you really don't see along the freeways this 500-foot pollution area that we talk about. So I really would like to try to get us away from that 500-foot concern.
Yeah, and I don't want what we're proposing here. And again, this is, you know, for discussion. Nothing's final. We are certainly not precluding the 500 feet from the freeway. It's just on balance. You know, given you know, the sites where we are, I think we're having to balance a lot of the guidelines from HCD with respect to you know, where you place housing, you know, does it disproportionately impact, you know, areas where it, you know, have traditionally been the receiver sites for housing. You know, so we're balancing all of those, you know, sort of environmental justice concerns, if you will, you know, in the context of all of this. But I don't want that to suggest that like we're just writing it off, you know, that nothing within 500 freeway is appropriate. That's not what we're saying at all. So I just want to clarify that point. This is just again, a temporary pause and a place to start of, where are the highest potential sites relative to, lesser potential.
Okay. And was this specifically, I apologize, you've said this and I think I read it, but I can't remember right now, was this area specifically the IC discussed by council, or was this an add-on to protect more land?
You mean the exception?
Yeah.
Or
that we should stop development in the zone. Was that specifically requested by council, or is that?
It was in there. So in their original direction, they did call out the industrial conservation district as a prohibition. They included that 7,500 square foot threshold, but when we were considering this direction and what would be most meaningful in terms of preserving the opportunity to plan for housing, the 7,500 square foot seemed kind of arbitrary in that regard. When we really thought about it, the bigger concern is sort of this like demolishing what's on the property and replacing it with 2- and 3-story commercial buildings, when it could potentially be housing that could be units and maybe be more than that. And those are all policy questions that we need to give the Planning Commission and the City Council, our decision makers, the opportunity to at least consider and not just preclude it with applications being filed and that site is just lost
right.
For decades.
Okay, and that makes that's logical sense to me, and I think that's all the more reason that we're going to include the IC zone. We should include the entire portion of it, not carve out a portion. That's more of a statement than a question. And then my next question would be, we're carving out schools as not being part of this. It's certainly not a model that a school would have any housing along. But I'm just curious why, at this point, we want to be as creative as possible. And you might say that some of the schools in our area add to our traffic, bringing the kids there and for bringing the educators in. So having some housing near them would be helpful. And I see at another point we talk about them as kind of we want to carve them out for economic reasons, and I'm not quite sure the economic value directly we get from a school, because I think they're probably mostly nonprofits, so we don't get a lot of tax revenue out of it. Obviously, you educate kids, and they're going to be, effective parts of our economy later on. But I question carving out the schools from this.
I think that was in response to, and I apologize, it was under the economic, that was not intentional. That was just categorizing. But we're aware of, plans afoot for some schools, and, they are, they're on a different timeline than typical private development in terms of fundraising. The windows are smaller because if school, hopefully is back in session at some point. It was just an acknowledgement of the ability of schools to, add on. And the particular, this would actually apply to construction of new demolition and replacement with new construction on schools, because the proposal is to allow additions and changes of use to existing buildings. So that covers everything, actually, including schools.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. You're allowing them to expand. I mean, because what I'm saying is
yeah. So it allows two things. One is schools would already be under that number 1 and 2 umbrella of additions to existing buildings and changes of use, right? And then the third part about schools is, there may be instances where a school purchases a nearby property that isn't like literally on that school property right now, for school purposes. And we did not want to preclude that activity.
From expanding. Okay. I'm not sure I totally agree with that, but I appreciate you guys' response to that. Let me just see if I have another question. I think that's my questions for right now.
Okay, Commissioner Pastor.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand what's going on. So under the proposed regulations set out in the staff report, so could you do a tier 2 housing above commercial project on a mixed-use boulevard?
If it was the definition of a housing project, yes.
Okay, but then Mr. Summers had brought up this issue about the live work. And was he correct in terms of that would not be allowed?
Yeah, he's correct. Live work is classified as a commercial use because it's meant to be actually a commercial use with incidental living. It is not meant to be, I think people may think of like what we had formerly as artist studios or what have you, that they're probably not quite, what they were intended to be. So this new definition of live work came about with the 2015 zoning ordinance update to clarify that that is in fact a commercial use with very incidental living. So he is correct. That is not a residential use.
And do you know how many like live work projects we have in the pipeline? Or
I am not aware of any, to be honest.
And then I went back and listened to the council hearing and to hear what their discussion was. And it seemed to me like they really only focused on the IC and the no R1 in the commercial zones. And so it seems to me like what staff is recommending is an expansion on what the council discussion contained. So I'm wondering how that happened or what your rationale was.
This is actually, I think we're actually within what they voted on ultimately. So it was under what, so they council asked us to consider, as you indicated, they had in their initial direction in the industrial conservation and also single unit dwellings, but there's a third part about additional restrictions to preserve potential housing sites. So as part of council's discussion, that was in there to it was essentially, when these 13 items are given as direction to council, it's coming back with, what's the best way to accomplish this particular goal of preserving the opportunity to plan for housing sites. So we felt that this approach, given when we looked at the data in terms of where our pending projects are, where they are in the city, it was clear to us this is not just an industrial conservation district issue. This is a broader issue within the city, that we need to be addressing.
Okay, and then also explain to me one more time how you're using the HRNA study to inform the decisions here.
Yeah, so it was really only from the standpoint, one of the conclusions of that study was that commercial development is, as likely, if not more likely, to proceed relative to housing development, given existing zoning standards. And that's just what they found, and we are seeing that play out, in terms of the trends of applications being filed or in some cases not filed at all.
Okay, so I want to make sure that as we rely on HRNA data that it's correct, since I think we've had some problems with that in the past. And is the tier 2 FAR 2.25 to 1 or is it 2.65 to 1? Or like along Wilshire? And I guess I'm sorry to make you go look at that now, but it has been pointed out that the HRNA uses 2.65 to 1, and really it's actually 2.25 to 1. So when they are updating the study, if we're going to be relying upon it, I'd like them to use correct information.
Yeah, and as I indicated, it was just, I mean, even I would say absent that study, we could look at trends of, what's happening on the boulevards, in some zones on the boulevards, what's happening with housing versus commercial development. And it's not surprising. I mean, if the standards are the same, which one might have a greater preference to proceed.
Yeah, I just want them to use correct data. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert.
Okay, I have a number of questions that may sound like discussion, but they will inform my discussion. First, this is temporary, correct?
Yes, that's right. It's intended to just be pending the completion of the housing element.
Don't you think, given that it's temporary, HCD is going to look at these sites and look at the HRNA report and say, wait a minute, these are going to go commercial, not housing, when this IZO is lifted?
Again, this is preserving the opportunity to plan for housing. So it means that it's the opportunity for decision makers to consider different policy decisions, potentially different standards. And I think we're just trying to provide the opportunity to not preclude that.
I understand all that. I mean, I think we're underestimating HCD's intelligence here, but that's kind of hard to do. The guidelines for the housing element that HCD published state on page, let me see, just a second. Page 5, that if we include sites that are in a district that do not allow housing, which would be the IC district, there has to be a plan in the housing element for rezoning that site and for amending the general plan so that it will allow housing. So is that going to be in the housing element? And if so, why this wouldn't be temporary? Because HCD is going to require that.
Again, it's not something I can say will or won't happen. This is again, it's about preserving the opportunity to plan and to have those policies.
I get all that, Jane. I'm just saying that HCD has requirements that they use when they look at the.
I understand they do. Of course they do. And if as part of the housing element update, sites in the IC are, decisions are made to include that, then absolutely you would have to amend the loose to allow that. I don't disagree with that at all. No.
So then that part of the IZO would not be temporary. Also, how many of the sites that we're talking about here are vacant versus non-vacant? Do we know?
I'm not sure. Rachel, are you able to address that at all? I'm not sure we know right off the top of our heads.
Of the ones that are covered in this ordinance? I mean, most of them aren't vacant. I mean, there are parking lots obviously associated. They're associated with the 1-story, the 2-story light industrial creative office buildings associated with them. So there's not a whole lot of vacant ones, but they are parking lots associated with the creative office.
So if we include non-vacant sites on our inventory, you guys all know this as well as anybody, on page 27 of the guidelines, there are a set of very exacting criteria that you have to submit with every non-vacant site on our inventory to show that it is feasible as housing.
Correct. So as you said,
are you prepared to do that for every non-vacant site on our list?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of our sites are considered non-vacant. Vacant sites are pretty much graded and everything. So we will have to show to HCD why we think it could be developed with residential. And so to your point, to your earlier question, Leslie, so if we did include it in the SSI, obviously we'll have to show to HCD that it's appropriately zoned for that amount of residential development that we envision, as well as, that we think that residential development could actually be developed there.
But the IC doesn't allow housing, so that would take a rezoning and a plan amendment.
Correct, and that would go as part, if we did that, that would have to go as part of the housing element.
Exactly. And then to the 500 feet, HCD is pretty specific in its guidelines about environmental hazards on housing sites, i.e. there can't be any. nor can there be necessary environmental mitigation. That's on somewhere. It's in the guidelines. Basically, anything that poses a health risk to children and seniors, as freeway adjacency does, are not allowed to be on the inventory, even if mitigation is involved. And when you look at the State Air Resources Board, the AQMD, and the LA County of Health, they all say do not put housing within 500 feet. And my guess is that would be definitive for HCD to disqualify any sites in the IC that are within 500 feet. So how are you going to handle that?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think everybody's basing this 500 feet on an old, 2005 CARB air quality handbook that was done in 2005. The air quality the South Coast Air Quality Management District actually came out with a more recent guidance saying that we know that all of Los Angeles is pretty much covered in freeways, and so it's almost inevitable that you're going to have residential intensive uses near freeways. So that's inevitably what's going to happen, especially if we're trying to meet our housing goals. And so there are mitigations for that, including air quality filters. And so HCD is not necessarily looking at it through those lenses. When they are talking about environmental constraints, they're thinking about things like wildfire areas, hillside areas. So SCAG has actually assisted us in putting together some maps of what they considered environmental hazard areas, and things like the freeways are not considered as an environmental hazard.
Okay, well, let me just say this. I'm not going to support this IZO without a 500-foot buffer, so I will be a no vote if that doesn't happen. Let me also say that March of 2019, the LA County Public Health Department did come out with an advisory that housing should not be within 500 feet because of the health hazards it creates for children and seniors. And for me, that's definitive. And so I won't support this IZO without a 500-foot buffer.
Okay. Still going?
That's it.
All right. Commissioner Fresco.
Okay. My understanding, just because this has been quite a mind bender, I missed the word citywide for the first couple days. This is basically a moratorium on development because it's stopping industrial or commercial development and the places where mixed-use development would happen that could be developed, is more likely to be developed commercial, are places where it's not really feasible to develop commercial and that housing, and that's why people aren't doing it. Is that a correct way of looking at it? It's like a pause so that you can then, or we can then look at new ways to do it. And then we'll unpause it with these new regulations. Is that right?
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry, I sound like a broken record. It's preserving the opportunity to plan for housing in the city to the extent that we have areas in the city where it is equally likely that a housing project or a commercial project may proceed. Are there levers, that are available? And these are decisions that have yet to be made or even discussed, to incentivize housing, and where it's needed, and that's needed obviously to get to a certified housing element.
So this whole discussion about the 500-foot buffer in IC is not about whether or not we're going to put housing there, because we're not talking about that yet. What it's about is which areas we're going to pause commercial development while this IZO is in place. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So we might put housing in IC or we might not, but the real problem is we're trying to stop the commercial only development in other parts of the city that are really zoned for residential. I think that seems more of a deal. For me personally, when I look at our zoning map, and I've been working a lot on race zoning history in Santa Monica of late. And to me, if we're really working towards social justice and equity, the IC is not the place to look at putting housing. We need to try to get it into some of those, I got the zoning map in front of me here. We need to get it into these yellow zones. That seems like there's a ton of potential there, and I think we need to be a little less afraid. So whether or not there's a buffer for the moratorium or not, I guess I don't really care that much about the moratorium because I'm really hoping it's going to be really short because the housing element thing has to go really fast. And if we're going to change anything so we can add more sites to our inventory, we're going to have to do it really quickly. Is that right?
I mean, we're on a schedule. Yeah,
right.
As you're all aware. Yeah.
So basically, we're not being invited to talk about what solutions this pause is going to lead to right now. We're just saying, do we want to take this pause? Is that right?
That's certainly one of, I think that's probably the broad question. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess basically what I'm feeling is that I'm not comfortable taking a pause on what amounts to everything in the city if we don't actually know what we're going to do when we're done. We just don't seem to there's not enough of a plan forward once we stop everything, and I just think this is too risky a time to do that. I guess I have more things to say, but I just needed to have you say whether or not I was understanding those things right. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, so I'm inclined to go with the 500-foot limit because for three reasons. One is, pollution comes in many forms. There's not just particles that are coming out of combustion. Even if we were all driving electric cars, we would still have clutch fragments, we have brake powder, we would have wheel friction and burning. We would have all that pollution spewing into the air. In addition, you have noise, which is virtually uncontrollable. And the last thing, of course, is you've been doing this remember the freeway comes in 1960. So we're really talking about 40 years of leaded gas which has been burned and dropped into the soil near the freeway. So what I'm saying is, if you really are interested in social equity and you're interested in public health, this is one of those areas where they line up perfectly. You keep people away from the freeway. And that's not that big of a loss. In other words, it's 500 feet and it can have other purposes, but you just don't have people living there or living in hermetically sealed boxes because they have to do all these filters and stuff like that. So I think that's a low-hanging fruit. And what it does is it makes the IC zone that is being, let's say, limited or hampered for a period of time just a little bit smaller. It's still there. Still has some potential. It still could be used for future development. We're just agreeing in terms of Commissioner Fresco that that's not an area where we want to push housing. Because what typically happens in those areas that are compromised, poor people end up living there because it's cheaper to build there. And so it's almost a self-perpetuating cycle. This is a way of saying, let's just fence this off for public health and for good, basically progressive social policies and just leave it off until we find a better way or we find better filters or it turns out that it's not bad news for the residents there. That can all happen later. So why don't we just take the step now and remove it from the flight path, so to speak. So the other question I have, which is actually something I've asked for a while, which is in the fifth cycle, we made a bunch of guesses about which properties were suitable sites and how did we do? What was our hit rate? And I'd like to see that in terms of which properties we had agreed, those 60-odd properties, and which were in fact developed over the last 8 years, and which were not, and which ones, and obviously there were other properties somewhere else that were developed. But it'd be nice to see what our scorecard is. So those are my two questions. Keep the 500 and look at the past history.
Okay, so I want to take up something that Commissioner Fresco said, which is, and what are we hitting a pause for? First of all, I'm 100% on 500 feet or bust. I think it should be 500 feet. I think that's the right number for all the reasons that Commissioners Lambert and Fonda Bernardi stated. But both for the sake of discussion and for the sake of considering the public policy, I think we need to acknowledge that this is not a conversation without a history. Okay? I mean, there was literally a rift in the city over the pace of commercial development. RIFT, 2008, right? The voters actually weighed in on what should be the pace of commercial development. We're not talking about what was written into that ballot measure. But for us to sit here in 2021 and to talk about it as if it's a de novo idea, I think we need to acknowledge that history. And we need to acknowledge that it was a live public policy debate in 2014. And so, I look at this and I went back and I read a whole bunch of things that our former colleague Frank Gruber wrote about the development of commercial office space in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s and the old loose and the new loose, and Frank's evolution, right? By 2014, he was opposed to new commercial development in the city because of the disproportionate production of new office space in the city. But he also warned us against mistaking commercial office space, thinking that that was the only type of commercial building that took place in the city, that there were a wide variety of other non-residential building types. So I look at this in historical perspective, and my policy instinct is to say, we've got to slow the pace of commercial development in Santa Monica in order to open up, create more possibility for housing. In order to get the balance right. That's not to say that we don't need to bring jobs back. We got to bring jobs back. It's to say we need to look at mixed use models and we need to look at other things. But here's where I'm going to push a little further and say I don't think this is temporary. I do not think this is meaningful unless this ban is in place until we hit our RHNA numbers. Because anyone with deep enough pockets can look forward 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. This has to be in place for at least this basically has to be in place the entire cycle. Because we have to send a message that if you want to, build the Santa Monica economy, you've got to do it in a way that rebalances the jobs housing ratio. And we're not going to do it without essentially making this rule semi-permanent, if not permanent, until we get our RHNA numbers in the right place. What that then leads to the question of is this the right tool to do that? And so I had an interesting conversation with one of our comment writers, Paula Larmore, who raised the question that I want to raise back to staff, which is what is the right tool for accomplishing the goal? Is the right tool a ban, like an overlay that we would do that exempts the 500 square feet, and we should probably talk about the promenade, we should probably talk about some other things, or is it, as she proposed and I pushed back on, a CUP process, right, where you essentially raise the bar for commercial, because we have a CUP for a lot of commercial activities, but the history of this commission with respect to CUPs is that we've turned down a handful of them, but generally a CUP gets approved just with a lot of conditions attached to it. And in this case, I lean toward the ban as opposed to the CUP, because if we say no, it has to have teeth. And it has to be something where we're really doing that. But where Commissioner Fresco also makes a really important point is, and Commissioner Pastor has raised this, I think everyone has raised this, is how do we not turn it into a deep freeze, right? Anything we do on the slowing or redirecting commercial development has to be met by an incentive for housing development. And going back through Frank's pieces, he made some comments about choices that were made at different times with different LUCs to deal with housing bonuses, FAR bonuses for housing, and other tools that really made it worthwhile for somebody to say, no, I don't want commercial. I do want housing. So I think we need to communicate to council a couple of things. In my view, and I will add a couple of notes at the back end. Number one, I think we're mostly aligned. We can take a vote on it, the 500 feet. But I'm going to push that this be something we say is we're in it for the long haul. If we're going to do this, we got to do this, and we got to do this in a way that you can't just wait it out. The way that people wait out Ellis properties. We can't do this. We can't do the version of that, and then just have them jump in on the back end. And I also think that will help us with HCD, because if we say to HCD, look, we've taken the leap. This is our commitment. That's going to help us make the case that they should take a second look at our parcels, including the ones that didn't develop. I will say I have concerns about the promenade because I'm not sure that every single parcel there is ripe for conversion to mixed-use housing. I think there may be some appropriate smaller scale commercial development, or larger 7,500 to 15,000 square foot commercial development there in the Bayside district. And then the one thing that I would caution about is preventing the impossibility of land swaps. So imagine that there is a commercial property currently existing, let's say occupied by a community group or occupied by a company that owns its own property, and for whatever reason they think that it makes more sense for them to essentially sell that land, enable it to be developed for housing, and then go and build a replacement facility somewhere else in Santa Monica on a parcel that is conceivably developable as housing, but certainly less desirable, say moving out of downtown, for example, right? I wouldn't want, as a policy matter, for that to be impossible. And so I'm not sure how we would word that, but I think it could be, we don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think one of the exemptions should be some form of replacement development. And I don't know whether we would want to limit that to our community service and social service organizations, some of which are sitting on very valuable property that could be redeveloped, or whether we want to expand that to others. I'm thinking like I just don't want to name names because I don't want to speculate about individual properties, but I can think of any number of sites where I'd much rather see housing there, but I understand that they don't have an incentive to sell right now. So those are my thoughts, and let's go for another round. Yeah, Commissioner Lambert.
I just, I think you're right about the permanence, because I think, putting these sites that are subject to a temporary ordinance on our list is going to be very strange to HCD, because, when the ICO expires, they all go back to what they were. So I'm not really sure that's going to work. But I wouldn't want to start that. I wouldn't want to say that now. I mean, I think there really needs to be a more fine-tuned look at the city before we do a citywide moratorium on commercial. And you brought up the Bayside District. I think that's a really important part of the city to look at before we impose a moratorium on it, permanent moratorium. I had something else. I can't remember.
I don't think you liked my swap idea.
I didn't understand your swap idea, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, I agree with you about the permanence, but we're certainly not at the point right now, because I have way too many questions about what we're doing here to go in with a recommendation for permanent. But I know what you're saying. I just have lots of questions about how we're going to sell this to HCD, frankly.
Yeah, I don't think it sells unless it's a permanent thing, honestly.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Because
you're right, and we have so many non-vacant properties.
Except the whole idea is that it would be over by the time we submitted the list and finished the housing element, because we would have changed the zoning to prioritize housing better. so that these places wouldn't be lost to housing because we would make them more feasible.
No, you don't have to do it that way. I mean, the IZO does it now, and then you would have time to make it permanent while the IZO is in place.
Right.
Except that we're not going to get more housing on Santa Monica Boulevard if we don't have more feasible standards. You know, it's
well. That's the other point. I mean, look at HRNA.
Right.
The HRNA, it wasn't even close in HRNA. It's like commercial was more profitable, period, than housing.
Well, that's the thing. So if we do this, then we're not solving anything. We're just stopping everything. That's why I don't think it can be permanent. I think it has to be a stopgap until a better solution. And I think that better solution needs to happen before we come up with the final sites list so that they have appropriate zoning so that they are potential development sites for housing.
You're right.
That this goes away when that happens. I think this has to be a tool, but what troubles me is the direction from council, as Jing has said like 45 times, sorry, Jing, I won't make you say it again, is that it's to give us an opportunity to plan for housing, but it's not specific on what that planning is. And the planning isn't the developers. We're the ones who are planning. So, but what we're supposed to do to plan for housing is not part of the direction for this IZO. And so I see it as inherently flawed. And you know, I'm really disturbed because the areas of town that it really blows growth in are, in order to consider adding more housing, are the areas where we've traditionally had all of our low-income people, and it doesn't, we're not planning for housing in those. Then Heidi has something to say.
Heidi has something to say.
Hopefully it's short and helpful, but I just want to kind of clarify a little bit about procedurally what would be happening under this IZO. So it is a function of state law that permits the city to place a temporary restriction on uses, prohibition on uses, while the city is going through the planning process. So the reason why you're having this discussion, it's a courtesy discussion, it's a stopover, it's going straight to council. So these are not permanent changes to the zoning ordinance, as you know, because we haven't done the requisite process. And the idea is that, and so we will have to go back after 45 days to the council to have it be extended. The state law prohibits extending these regulations. If council does adopt them, state law would prohibit them going past 2 years. So it's similar to the fast food ordinance that you guys dealt with. So that's procedurally where we are in the process.
Right.
If that's helpful.
It is. I mean, that's what I'm saying, and I think what Leslie is saying is as a policy tool, this policy tool is toothless unless it's more or less permanent. But I think what Nina's saying is, as a policy tool, this tool is dangerous if it's not coupled with real incentives for housing development. And I think that's, and so if we're going to send a message to council, I think it has to be, if you're asking for narrow input on the IZO itself, and I want to come back to this because I think we are being asked for that input. It looks like we want it to be the 500 foot, not the IC. It's the 500 feet from the freeway. And I think, do we want to exempt the Bayside District? I don't know if we do over the next 6 months or not. And I have a question about land swaps, but I'm not going to die on that hill. Other than that, I don't have big issues with the staff report. Jim was concerned about exempting schools, but I don't think that the exemption is written really. It's sort of, it doesn't stop them from doing the things they want to do, short of tearing down an entire building and, on a new parcel and building it back up, right?
Like the history building.
Don't go there. That may be 500 feet from. No, that's less than 500 feet from a freeway. It's less than 500 feet from a freeway.
Well,
so it's
so is Crossroads, and that's kind of what we're talking about here, really. And full disclosure, I'm a Crossroads or a former Crossroads family and all that, so I have to say that. But the fact is they are right up against the freeway, and they have new parcels that they're planning a big arts building for, and it is actually the building that I'm aware of is already a commercial building, but they want to tear it down and build a new school building that will be part of their campus. And I think that, a moratorium on commercial for more housing should not interfere with a school that is trying to.
Right. And I think we're not saying that you can't build housing. I actually want to flip that, which is to say, I believe there's also some conversation about what happens, and that is also within 500 feet of the freeway, around Sam O'Shell and the city yards, the Comma building, and the parking lot owned by the city just north of the Comma building, which there were sort of, conversations in the air about, permanent replacement for Sam O'Shell in that vicinity. But there's nothing to say that things couldn't be built there. It's to say that the ban that we are talking about on commercial development over 7,500 square feet would not apply within 500 feet of the freeway. So I want to be really clear for people who are watching this, is that we're sort of talking about a double negative here. We're saying there would be a ban, but that ban would not apply within this band 500 feet north and south of the freeway, which encompasses a lot of the sites that we have heard from the public about. And then, so that's the IZO, right? And then the bigger question around the IZO is saying, well, don't pick up this tool if you're not planning to use it. And if you're planning to use it well and not dangerously. So make it permanent and add the housing incentives. That, I think, is our message to council.
But they shouldn't read that as make the IZO permanent. I think there needs to be a lot more study and thinking.
No. Make the policy permanent. Make the restrictions permanent. We're going to squeeze the flow of new commercial projects while we open the flow of housing projects.
I think we have to study if we want it to be permanent. We don't want it. I don't think we have any idea if it's a good idea or not to have this be permanent. I mean, everything is changing. We're in COVID. We're going to come out of COVID. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the only time I leave the house is to go on site visits now. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I don't mean permanent as forever and ever, amen. I mean permanent as in tied to the RHNA. I would lift it once we've hit our RHNA number.
But this isn't going to solve the RHNA problem. That's the part that I don't understand.
We don't know that.
Yeah, but I'm uncomfortable giving advice as to what we want the future to look like when we don't know what it's going to look like. I mean, I think we can say, look, we want you to consider extending the IZO for up to 2 years while we're in the planning process. But I'm uncomfortable saying anything with that. That's just me.
I wouldn't want to commit to it being permanent until we know more about what we're going to do else in order to actually get actual homes built.
That's not what Sean is saying. He's saying there needs to be a permanent solution that involves what we're talking about here. He's not saying what it is. He's not saying it's the IZO.
He is saying, I thought you were saying.
I am saying we need to make it much harder in Santa Monica to build commercial buildings, to use land for commercial uses that don't already exist. I'm saying we have jobs, housing imbalance. We need more housing. We need those jobs, but we need more housing too. And
you say permanent. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I get all that. But you don't want to make this IZO that says we can't build anything permanent. And it's like a thing that we just thought of last week, and now we're passing it now.
No, I'm saying we want to tie. I'm saying I want to tie it to. I'm actually saying I want to tie it to the RHNA. In other words, I'm saying that if we put a pause on anything, any developer right now, given the economics of land development, with very few exceptions, any developer who's looking at a Santa Monica piece of land has a 2, 3, 4 year runway. They can outlast our restriction.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's what this is. What this is not to make them stop doing it so that we can fix our housing jobs imbalance. It's to say, let's make sure that what parcels we have, we still have in 6 months or is it October, when we have to hand in the RENA and the site inventory, so that we can rezone to make sure that these are likely to develop as housing. This isn't the solution to the imbalance. This is the way we pause things so we can make a solution. So
we're in the upside down, right? Because okay. So here's the issue. The issue is, if you only, yes, on the IZO level, the IZO will expire at some point, as Heidi pointed out. It will expire once we've rezoned. But I'm saying we're going to have to rezone in a way, I don't know what the specific terms of each zoning district are going to be, but we are going to have to rezone in a way that makes commercial development much less appealing relative to housing development.
Right.
That is a permanent change. That's going to have to be a permanent change in Santa Monica, because if we don't do that, what's going to happen is we're going to take our foot off the brake. The patient, deep-pocketed, owner of the land is going to flip it to the cash flow producing use. And then in 2 years, SB 35 is going to kick in on a type of housing we haven't produced. The zoning will be lifted and all hell will break loose.
So we are not considering that tonight. Can we focus in on what we are considering tonight rather than
let's just move on to IZO.
We're going in circles. We are going in circles.
I think the courtesy response that we can give the council, aside from the 500, is to say, make sure that you are committed to doing the things that this means you're going to have to do. You're going to have to make this in some form permanent, right? And you're going to have to have consent.
That is a different, to me, that is like here's what we want you to do with the housing element generally, and here's what we want you to do with planning, right? And I just think that is too broad for this discussion.
That's what I
think that it's very politically sensitive. I think that could be taken very many different ways. Like you need to do things that you need to do to satisfy the RENA. Some people are going to say, well, that requires you to rezone all of R1. And some people are going to say that requires you to rezone all of the commercial. And so, right? Like, I really feel like we are going adrift here. And I would like us to focus on our discussion as to what is before us today.
And what is before us is, do we want to take a break on all this stuff so we can figure out all those others?
So is there a motion to support the staff report with the exception of extending limiting the ban to 500 feet from the freeway? If that is as far as the commission wants to go, is there a motion to make that recommendation?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Are there any other things we want to change about the staff report to council?
So that's got the school exemption in it, right?
Yeah.
And you'll still be able to build commercial in the 500 feet.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you'll still be able to do a mixed-use project along boulevards.
Yes.
And you will not be able to build a new commercial building on the promenade, but you would be able to do alterations and change uses on existing buildings on the promenade.
Correct.
But you would not be able to build a new car dealership, for example. Okay, I understand that. I support that motion.
Let's take a vote.
Okay, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Nope.
And that was a no?
Yes, that is a no.
Okay. Sorry. And Sherland.
I'm not supportive. I'm not
Sorry.
supportive.
You don't support the motion.
You
You
support or the
Okay.
500 feet.
Okay, what would you like to, because we do communicate a minority view to council, and this is a courtesy, what would you like council to know that you think? Because I think it's important to communicate your view.
I just think that you're shooting yourselves in the foot taking those out of housing production, and I understand that there are issues with getting some financing for it, but I can think of 3 or 4 affordable projects I know that are built along freeway. I know tons of market rate projects. If you look in the city and you tell the people today that they're living within 500 feet and that's evil, somehow they're bad, there's a bunch of people who are being impacted by that today, or
Right,
in theory impacted by it.
Just to clarify, we're not asking council to ban housing in that area.
Excuse me?
I just want to make sure you know what you voted for, because we're not asking council to ban housing within 500 feet. We're asking council not to ban commercial within 500 feet. Big difference. There would be no change to the rules within 500 feet.
You
We're saying
can't build housing. You can't build housing in IC now anyway.
Right.
That's not before us.
No,
The
I know, but
idea-
that's
Right. No, but I think Jim is saying, why don't you enable housing within the IC? That question is not before us. The question before us is, that's why I'm not sure. I want to make sure you know how. The question before us is, do you want to ban commercial outside the IC? Status quo inside.
I am supportive of that. I'm not supportive of banning housing within 500 feet. And if my minority opinion is off right now and I'm the lone vote, let you guys just move forward with this vote.
No, but do you want to change your vote to yes, so that because what you just said was a yes vote for what we said.
I'm going to leave my vote where it is. The
Okay.
motion's going to pass. But thank you, Sean, for trying to.
No, I think we should. I would suggest, Jing, that we communicate to council in the staff report that there was discussion about there was a question raised about whether housing should be permitted in the IC. It's for a later conversation, but I think Jim's raising a question that is worth airing out over the course of the housing element discussion. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, absolutely. I'm
Right?
saying
And I'm just saying that should be included in the staff report. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Well, I voted for it, but I don't disagree with that.
Well, that's great. So that's where I'm saying it needs to go to the staff report.
Can we move on, please?
We are moving on to we will move on, but I just want to close the conversation by saying that I want to come back to what Commissioner Pastor said in her frustration about this policy issue, which is that we are and there will be more 13 items, by the way, before the housing element is approved, because this is something on council's mind. We are pulling at individual policy threads, and we pull on all of the threads early at our own risk, pending a resolution of the bigger question about where we want to go. That's what I hear you saying, and I want to suggest that be reflected in the staff report as well. We appreciate the courtesy of being asked what we thought about this IZO. We were given that feedback. There's a lot more to be said about the broader policy outcomes at stake.
I just want to clarify something you said to Jim. The purpose of what this does is to allow IC properties to be listed as potential housing sites. That's why we're doing this. So that will be in the housing element. No, that is exactly what's going on. And in order for them to be housing sites, the zoning and the land use element have to be changed, but they will be listed in the housing element. That's why we're doing this.
Well, in theory, we're going to decide if that's one of the things we want to do.
That's the purpose of the IZO.
The purpose of the IZO is to prevent suitable sites from being taken out of circulation it's to prevent these plays from being taken off the field before the game even starts.
My understanding, though, is that these sites can be included in the inventory.
No.
They can be included in the inventory.
It might be, but we haven't decided that yet.
Right. Correct. Right, but I know we're going in circles, but I think there's so much confusion here. Ultimately, what we are saying is, unless you put in a permit for building a new building greater than 7,500 square feet before January 21st, 2021, you will not be able to do that for some period of time to build a commercial project outside of 500 square feet from the freeway. In other words, you're freezing those sites so that they can be considered for inclusion on the suitable sites inventory without having to be put into other use before we even get to them.
That's my point. They will be included in the inventory as housing sites.
They can be included.
Please move on.
Let's move on. Item 11, I do not believe we have any written communications submitted under this item. Item 12, just verifying, Melissa, we don't have any public input?
No public input.
Okay. And so let us now bring this meeting to a close. The commission has reached the gate. You may now take off your seatbelts and deplane. We are adjourned. Good night and thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.